And to that piece of lieutenant that's always on his podcast, bashing us, yeah.
Attention, a roll call.
That's right. Good morning, everybody. 8:05 live Eastern time, and of course, Finest Unfiltered. It's Monday morning. Hope everyone had an awesome weekend. It was Mother's Day yesterday, so hope you give a hug to your wife, your mother, your sister, anyone that's a mother, your grandmother. Mothers make the world go around. So it's definitely the busiest restaurant day of the year. So if anyone went to a restaurant yesterday, you know what I'm talking about. Without reservations, you're not going anywhere. So hopefully everyone had an awesome day. Mother's Day. You know, Mother's Day should be every day. We should honor mothers. Soon comes Father's Day in June, but, you know, Father's Day is usually not too recognized. That's usually the day you go to a restaurant and probably be happy. But, yeah, Mother's Day, you know. Shout out to all the mothers out there. You know, we appreciate what you do. It's the hardest job. There's no doubt about it. So let's talk about rumors that are coming around. These rumors have been floating around a long time. We haven't mentioned it too much on the Finest Unfiltered. Unless we have some, it's pretty tight and it's credible that something's about to move forward. But this rumor's been going on for quite some time right now, and that is Jessica Tisch stepping down as police commissioner. Now, we've all kind of foreshadowed this on the Finest Unfiltered, and we told you months ago. I mean, I even said it particularly. I gave her about, I would say, anywhere from 3 to 6 months under Zoran Mamdani, and the rumor mill is definitely moving pretty fast right now. So is it going to be Issa Abassi? Is it going to be Rodney Harrison? They're definitely at the top. Is it going to be Al-Terry? The point is Jessica Tisch going to step down, and we definitely foresee that happening very soon. Good morning, guys. Let's jump into it. Let's give our thoughts. Marlon, John, good morning. So, John, you put out a tweet about it. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, it was a little controversial tweet. I didn't know, like, you know, I got a lot of backlash for putting it out, and I'm like, that's weird. Everybody was just talking about this. It's funny. So I put the tweet out and I said, you know, the rumor mill's heating up that basically Jessica Tisch is gearing up to step down. So and I don't think anybody thinks that that's not happening. Now, does it happen prior to the summer? Does it happen after the summer? I think that's really the question on everybody's mind, right? Like when does it happen? But I don't think anyone here thinks that, or anyone for that matter, even the people that would bash me, you know, Sid Rosenberg, who knows zero about the NYPD, you know, has a fake sergeant shield that he was given to by a feckless union, but he forgets that I actually wore a sergeant shield for 10 years. So Sid, that's the difference between me and you, right? You know, we could, you know, want to judge, like, you know, who knows what about the NYPD. I actually worked in the organization for 18 years. You've done nothing but hang out with a bunch of the most corrupt administration there ever was, all those chiefs, and pretend like he knows what's going on. So, you know, he was all butthurt about it. But the weird thing was, like, the day prior when my tweet started going out, everybody started talking about it, he actually said he heard the same thing. And then he pulled his tweet down, and then the next day he calls me a troublemaker and all this other stuff, whatever. So screw Sid Rosenberg. My point is, I don't think anyone thinks that Jessica Tisch is going to be the police commissioner in 2027. Her biggest supporters, I don't believe that Jessica Tisch is going to be the police commissioner in 2027. It's like, that's the bottom line. And, you know, there's a lot of things that are moving around in the NYPD, which raises eyebrows that it's going to be a whole lot sooner than the winter time or the holidays or the fall, you know, and I think those same pieces that we watched move with 3 prior police commissioners, the last 3 police commissioners prior to her, Tom Donlin, Ed Caban, Keechant Sewell, where'd you hear that weeks ahead of where they stepped down? You heard it here on the Finest Unfiltered, right? You know, we put that out on social media, we put it out here, and yeah, like, is it locked in stone? Did we give you a date? No, but we said, you know, it's basically imminent at this point. And I didn't even say that then. I didn't even say that when I tweeted that. All I said is, you know, the rumor is that she's getting ready to step down in the next few weeks, which I guess you could say is imminent. So I didn't know it was such a controversial topic. But it's funny to watch people react when they pretty much don't think she's going to be there in 2027. Poly Market actually has a bet out about it. And I actually got money that, in fact, she won't be the police commissioner in 2027. And excuse me, not Poly Market, Kalshi. Kalshi, which is the American betting site. And if you look at it here, oh, what's up with this? All right, my computer's a little messed up. But they actually have a bet about it on Kalshi. Is Jessica Tisch going to be the police commissioner in 2027? I put my money where my mouth is all the time. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I called Sean Strickland the other night. I made money, right? Like if I didn't, I'll eat it. I'll say I was wrong, right? I don't. My money's where my mouth is. Is Sid Rosenberg's money where his mouth is? Like, do you think that Jessica Tisch is going to be the police commissioner in 2027? If so, get up on Kalshi. Put your money down. Put your money where your mouth is, Sid.
Yeah. Good morning, guys. Happy belated Mother's Day to all the mothers in the audience and in our chat. I got to admit, I'm not plugged in on this, so I'm like you audience. I'm here to find out the the update and what's going on, and the odds of Jessica Tisch being commissioner in a couple months. But keep in mind, like John said, we kind of talked about this already, and before Mom Danny got in, and we I think it was Eric actually that said that she might be here for a couple months just to ease in Mom Danny, and then
I did say that.
Yeah. So I'm curious to see where things are going, and hear it like you guys. So
I think at this point, ultimately the question is this: Jessica Tisch is no doubt in my mind. She won't be. It won't be a long tenure in the Zohran Mamdani. And I said when Zohran Mamdani got elected, I give it 3 to 6 months, and we're getting close to that window here. So the question is, if Jessica Tisch does step down, who does Zohran Mamdani elect or appoint as the police commissioner? Does he look for a street cop? Does he look for a manager? Does he look for a yes man or a yes woman? Who does he target? So the names that are flying around in the rumor mill, which are pretty credible, is Issa Abassi, which we spoke about numerous times, who's running operations in Patterson, New Jersey as we speak. The other name that's been floating around is Rodney Harrison. So the question is, if these two are actually at the top of the rumor mill, and the rumor mill is pretty sauceful, and I would say it's pretty credible. Politics-wise, right? Issa Abassi has a lot of connections, known for running operations. Is he the safe bet on the Zohran Mamdani, or is it Rodney Harrison? Rodney Harrison's known for credibility within the NYPD. Now, I would differ on both of these, but the point is, if it's Issa Abassi or Rodney Harrison, I don't think they'll be there that long either. Maybe a year, maybe less. And someone here said it. Someone in the chat here said it. Great comment here. See if I can find it. Nick Francis, 4142. Good morning. It says Ray Kelly was PC for 12 years. You will never see that again as long as these incompetent Democrats are running the show. And that's a good point. We've seen so much transition. And whether you're a Ray Kelly fan or not, and I don't think anyone should be commissioner for 12 years either. I think it's a little bit too long. But let's say 8 years. I mean, I think 8 years might be a good tipping point. I think 12 years might be too long. But the point is, we're not getting that solid base. The transition is way too often. And I do believe that they're vying for the job right now. I do believe that these two are vying for the job. And does it make a difference from Jessica Tisch? Will they do anything different? And the bottom line is, whether it's Zohran Mamdani, Eric Adams, Andrew Cuomo, they're going to follow the same template. If they want to get the job, they cannot stand on their own feet as if they were elected sheriffs. They are going to placate to Zohran Mamdani, to sell out the NYPD as it's already been, and in my opinion, they will follow the same track. What are your thoughts, John?
Yeah, I think there's a lot to talk about with this. So I think it goes beyond Jessica Tisch. So I personally, like I said, I personally don't believe she will be here much longer. We never thought that she was going to be around that long. The names in the rumor mill that are most prominent are Rodney Harrison and Issa Abassi. Does that mean that it can't be someone out of left field? Absolutely not. It doesn't. It doesn't mean that it could be that it's not going to be somebody that's totally we're not talking about at all and we don't have our eyes on. You know what I mean? 100% that could be the case. When you look at Rodney Harrison, great career in the NYPD, gets credited for going over to Suffolk and catching the Giglio Beach killer. I think that's a lot of myth building. I think that's kind of shitting all over the guys on Suffolk that do some great work. I don't think that when you're the police commissioner, you're moving any investigations. So, I don't think that I think he gets way too much credit for that. And I do think although I know a lot of people that know Rodney Harrison, a lot of people like Rodney Harrison. And I don't put him up there with like the worst form of DEI because I think he has done some work in his career, Rodney. But I will say that, he moved up through the ranks rather quickly because he is a well-spoken black man and DEI has a big proponent to play in that aspect. So I won't call him a DEI Nepo baby. Absolutely not. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying I think he would have moved through the ranks anyway. He's a sharp guy. I just think he moved a little quicker than he would have. That's my only knock on Harrison. Do I think when I look at what all the vying he's been doing for the job, coming out and saying that you think that Zohran Mamdani's plan is something that could potentially work is ridiculous. I mean, and any cop that sits there and is gonna make excuses for it, you're a liar. I mean, I'm just gonna put that out there. You're a liar. You don't think that the Department of Community Safety is a good idea. You don't think that the NYPD is a racist organization. I don't care what color your skin is. I don't care how many times you've been stopped by the cops. Doesn't really matter to me. So it makes me take a lot of pause with Rodney Harrison because right there, when Zohran Mamdani, when it was obvious that he was going to be the mayor, he started kissing his ass basically in the media. And so I'm going to sit there and say right there, what you're doing is I'll say and do anything you want. Put me up on the stage. Then you got a guy like Issa Abassi, real hard charger, real well respected as a boss, definitely like a broken window style boss, right? Muslim guy. Then for some strange reason, he goes to strategic initiatives, which is weird for like a street guy who's moving up the ranks to go take that position and not be in an operational position, right? And he makes chief out of strategic initiatives. Strategic initiatives is basically like the progressive think tank of the NYPD. The progressive controlled think tank. And I've been saying it for a long time. I've been saying that the NYPD is controlled by leftist white women. And it is, I'm not just saying because Jessica Tisch is the police commissioner. It's been controlled by leftist white women since Bill de Blasio has been the mayor. Even when Dermot Shea was the police commissioner, even when Terry Monahan was the chief of department. And if anyone tells you differently, they're lying to your face. That is who runs the halls of 1PP. That is who runs 1PP, and that's who they take their orders from. Some of them are on the job. Some of them are off the job. So that's that. So he goes over the strategic initiatives. He then goes to Paterson, New Jersey, where he basically, there's a lot of controversy over there. Could they hire him? Could they not hire him? And he's kind of pushing this same style of, I'm going to change the corruption in Paterson, and we're going to go to this new style of policing. Muslim guy, Paterson's called Little Palestine. So, I mean, do I like him as far as like, do I think that he has a very large potential of going to be the police commissioner for Zohran Mamdani? Absolutely. I think he could potentially be the first Muslim police commissioner in the NYPD. So, but when I look at either of them, I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters if it's Rodney Harrison or Issa Abassi. Ultimately, it's going to be Zohran Mamdani's NYPD. Whatever he wants to do, get rid of the SRG, move to this dialogue unit of policing protests, this decoupling of counterterrorism from mass gatherings. They're going to push all that garbage because ultimately, I don't see anybody taking that job that has a spine. And I'm sorry, you could be a big tough guy. You could have been a crazy cop and you were pulling steel and you were doing this and you were doing that and you're a trained UFC fighter and you fought a heavyweight championship. It doesn't mean you have moral integrity. It doesn't mean you have a spine. It just doesn't. And I think anyone in policing that's going to push this garbage and say that, yes, we need to decouple counterterrorism from First Amendment activities, which is telling you that they're going to remove counterterrorism resources from soft targets and mass gatherings, is a coward and a liar. And I don't care what name it is. We're going to be calling it all out on here on the Finest Unfiltered. And I'm not like, oh, yeah, go work for Zohran Mamdani. Oh, it's New York, John, because I've heard that a lot, too. Oh, it's New York. You know, it's New York. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's New York. You get offered that job. You got to take it. And I'm like, so, that's how I know I'm built a lot differently than most people, because it's not, it doesn't matter. That's New York. You got a name, you got a legacy. What do you want your name and your legacy to be attached to? But I'm curious to see when it's going to happen. I'm really curious. I'm curious who it's going to be, because I'm telling you right now, I don't think Jessica Tisch is going to be the police commissioner in 2027. And I'm real curious who it's going to be. And only because I'm just curious who's going to open up their office and let Zohran Mamdani stick his hand all the way up there and move them out for them, because that's who the PC is going to be. The hand puppet of Zohran Mamdani.
Yeah. Let's keep it PG, John. I'm only saying that because if you guys saw our channel, we had up a rewind of the one of those episodes where we talked about it back in October of 2025, and it was hilarious. Yeah, hilarious. If you got a chance, go back and watch it. It'll put you up to speed on a lot of this stuff. But anyway, just a little housekeeping, right? I saw a comment in there from Inspector Layson of the Executive Perspective. He says, Al-Terry. Let me just put it quickly up. Al-Terry, in case you guys don't know, Jamal Al-Terry, he's the other guy who was rumored to be a candidate a couple months ago. I don't think he's in the running anymore, just because he was already hired to be the head of hospital police, and
they told him to walk. They told him to take a walk.
Yeah.
But now they're going to make him the police commissioner? Come on.
Exactly.
Yeah, no way. I don't think, no way he has a chance, because you see, hey, this was back in, when was this? In February, right? He was hired for a day, and then they found out about all the controversy in Hamtramck, Michigan, where he was the PC. And then he was told, you're out. So we also have a video about that if you want to go back and search on the channel, right? So this is Jamal Al-Terry, right? I'm sure you guys have heard his name before. But anyway, when he was he was appointed, I speculated that he might have gotten there because of Helen Ortega Lataverde, who used to run Elmhurst Hospital, which is, I think it's neighboring the 115 precinct where Al-Terry used to be the CO, and she's now running she's now deputy mayor for Health and Human Services. And I also speculated that it's kind of funny how many of the people who kind of played a large part in the scamdemic, in the mandate, right, or in some aspect of furthering the entire scheme, right, are all seem to be getting rewarded. They all seem to be returning in this administration, and I'm going to say that again for these two, for both Harrison and Abbassi. Again, when John said that 1PP is basically run by liberal white women, it's true. And we talked about it many times. And I think a lot of that comes from the strategic initiatives unit. And keep in mind that Abbassi ran that unit, was the chief uniform supervisor in that unit, right, in 2022. And so and also keep in mind, Rodney was chief of department when the mandate first dropped in November. So I thank Rodney for first putting me on suspension for 3 months, and then he left, and Adams came in and got terminated. So just to get you guys a little up to speed on some of the mentions we've said so far, and some of the names that are going to keep coming up, because I'm sure we're going to mention Al-Terry again.
I just want to say, listen, I'm not trying to shit on Rodney Harrison, but I do think he gets a lot more credit. Excuse me. I think he gets a lot more credit than he deserves. I think from 2018 to 2021, Rodney Harrison was promoted by Rocket Fuel. Another Rocket Fuel promotion. 2018, he went from his position all the way up to the chief of department in 2021. 2019, he was given the chief of detectives. And then 2021, he was the chief of department. So it was another promotion by Rocket Fuel. There's no doubt in my mind. And I believe that was because of his political position in response to the Daniel Pantaleo incident with Eric Garner in Staten Island. Because he was under former Mayor Bill de Blasio. He was appointed as the second in command in Staten Island in response to the Eric Garner Daniel Pantaleo incident. And now I take issue to that because he had a real position to stand up for Daniel Pantaleo, especially even prior to that. He had a high position in internal affairs. He had a position to stand up for Daniel Pantaleo, and he did it. In fact, he took a complete different position and turned his cheek and turned his back from Daniel Pantaleo. And he then spoke recently about, maybe within the past 6 months, and I spoke about it on this network, on Mike Cologne's New Haven podcast, where he spoke about how Daniel Pantaleo got a raw deal. He never said Daniel Pantaleo got a raw deal when Daniel Pantaleo was terminated by another knee-bending police commissioner, Jimmy O'Neill. He didn't say a word back then, but he said it on a podcast, very quick, kind of glanced over it. He knew damn well that Daniel Pantaleo needed support and backbone, and he didn't give it then. So if he's going to be the police commissioner under Zohran Mamdani, and if everyone believes Zohran Mamdani is far more progressive and towards social communism as a Democrat than former Mayor Bill de Blasio, well, then that's what you're going to get. Because he didn't stand up for Daniel Pantaleo then. So if you become Daniel Pantaleo today, figuratively speaking, he won't stand up for you either. So I have a major problem with that. He was in a very pivotal and a quintessential position where he could have stood up for Daniel Pantaleo. And in fact, he did it. And again, we have it on... you could just look it up yourself. Maybe we could I'll put it up on social media again, where Rodney Harrison was interviewed by Mike Cologne. Mike Cologne, shout out to you, brother. Great podcast. New Haven Mike podcast. And he spoke about how Daniel Pantaleo got a raw deal. Never said it back then. So just think, how would he handle the incident right now of Sergeant Eric Duran? How would he handle the incident of any cop who's in a pickle right now, especially since cops are getting indicted at a rate we've never seen before, that anomaly? Good luck if Rodney Harrison becomes the police commissioner. Did he have experience as a cop? Did he do some real police work? Yes. But as John said and John noted, I definitely agree with that. Doesn't matter if he was the biggest street cop. If he's willing to take this position as police commissioner, just think the position he took as chief of department. Just think of the position he took with Daniel Pantaleo. That will be far worse even now. John, what are your thoughts, brother?
No, I mean, look, there's a lot of stuff there. I haven't heard these guys weigh in on anything. I mean, they were both on the job at the height of the mandate. I guarantee you, if either of them came on this podcast right now and I asked them what they thought about it, they would tell me it was wrong and that me and Marlon should be cops. And yet you were heavyweights in the New York City Police Department and you didn't say a word. You didn't push back at any of it. Why? Because you listened to your masters, the liberal white women. And you didn't want to piss off the police foundation, and you didn't want to piss off everybody else, and you didn't want to piss off the mayor. And so, to me, I really look, I'm not mad at anybody. I got no hate in my heart for nobody. I don't. Whether you take this job, you want to be a hand puppet, that's fine. But just don't have that same hate for me when I start calling out all the bullshit that you're gonna put out there. That's the thing. I don't hate these guys. I'm not like, oh, they should never work again. They're not leaders. No, we all make mistakes in life. But it just shows me that you have to be compliant in order to get that position. Somebody said, oh, Kaz Daughtry. It could be Kaz Daughtry. Look, I think he's the biggest whore out of all of them. You know what I mean? I think you watch this kid go from like a left-wing Joe Biden, Kamala Harris supporter to he loves Donald Trump like this. You know what I mean? You think he won't go back and do it for Zohran Mamdani? Of course he would. Yeah, it absolutely could be. It could be anybody that's willing to be used as a hand puppet. That's what it'll be. And look, I'm not gonna lie. I've talked about this before. Like I've said this before that like there was a large portion of my career where I just said yes. Okay, yeah, I was a yes man. I mean, but I was a yes man in things that didn't matter. You know what I mean? I was a yes man a lot of times in things that I agreed with. You know what I mean? And in a style and a form of policing that I agreed with and that I was proud of. When it came time to start bending my morals, I mean, that's when I took a step back. I was like, this is a job. And you could ask anybody. You could ask the guys that work for me. I was like, get yourselves into long-term investigative units or get off the street because this job's over. Like, and that was in 2014. I said they don't want this style of policing anymore. They don't want us doing anti-crime. They don't want any of this stuff anymore. Listen to what they're telling you. Watch the laws that are being passed. I mean, and it was real obvious in 2014 what was happening. And everything that I said at that time came exactly true. And you could speak to anybody that whether it was my boss or people underneath me or people I worked with, I literally said exactly where we would be at this time. And so, I mean, to me, it doesn't matter who it is. It really doesn't matter. And then like, the other thing is like, why is Tish stepping down? And so I've said it before. I don't know if I've said it on here, but I've had numerous conversations offline about this. And Kathy Hochul picked her running mate. Her running mate is Speaker Adrienne Adams, right? So recently news came out about Speaker Adrienne Adams that potentially she is caught up with the same bogus contract money that is facing a current city council member who is, and why can't I think of her name right now, but she ran against Elijah Diaz, who we had on this podcast, the young Puerto Rican kid, first Republican in his district, real great candidate. He ran against not Mercedes Narcisse, who was it? Farrah Lewis. He was running against Farrah Lewis. And so Farrah Lewis has a federal investigation looming over her family, and her friend's head, right? And that's the one that's involving and engulfing that NYPD sergeant who got that migrant contract. And what they're saying is that basically migrant contracts was for sale, which is what we've been telling you on this podcast for 3 years, right? That New York City was being run like a criminal organization. And the only difference between them and the mafia is we elected the godfather of the family instead of him getting sworn in, right? Him getting it by the heads of the 5 families. Right? That was the only difference. So I think, in my opinion, there is a possibility that Adrienne Adams steps down as the lieutenant governor. Now, I have no information on this whatsoever. No one said this. It's just what I'm watching and I'm seeing. And it looks like that is a possibility. And if, in fact, Adrienne Adams does step down as the lieutenant governor, what I have been saying on this podcast for a long time is that I believe that Jessica Tisch will be Adrienne Adams' lieutenant governor. And then she will seek to primary Zohran Mamdani in 2028 when that election comes up. Now, is that a far stretch? And is that a lot of parlays, I guess you would have to say, for those things to happen? Yeah, 100%. But when I try to make sense of it, I try to look like a couple of steps ahead. And that's just what I'm thinking. I could be dead wrong about all of it. In fact, Adrienne Adams could not be caught up in that investigation. And then she goes on to be the lieutenant governor. But I am a betting man, and I would make that parlay. So, Kalshi, put that parlay up there. You got one bet.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting. I think that's a good that's a pretty good that's a pretty good bet considering the way things are going. And so this is what John is referring to, in case you guys aren't aware. Those indictments included Farrah Lewis, her sister, who is an aide for Hochul, actually. I think her name is it Deborah? But anyway, and the sergeant, the retired NYPD sergeant. So, but yeah, you know what gives me pause about all of this is that again, these two guys had a prominent role in the scamdemic, and with all this talk of a new virus coming on the horizon, like, this gives me pause that you're bringing back two guys into the head office who apparently they didn't believe that government, that there should be boundaries to government, and that the video that I was talking about, the flashback video that we put up, was called the March of NYPD Opportunists. But I think it could easily be called the March of the COVID authoritarians or COVID dictators.
I like COVID stormtroopers.
Well, yeah, that too.
Dun, dun, dun. Do you think they're vaccinated, by the way, or their children are?
Yeah, no way.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Rodney, what about your daughters? They're on the job. What do you think?
Yeah. Well,
they must have got vaccinated right before the promotions.
Yeah. They're on their way to getting second grade now if Rodney's going back, that's for sure.
Oh.
But yeah,
they don't want them already get second grade? No.
No, third grade. I think one is in special victims, maybe. Yeah. Third grade, a detective would like,
right?
Huh?
That's the one with 4 years on?
I think she has less than that.
Less than that, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
She must have just been super amazing.
Yeah.
She probably helped solve the Giglio Beach murder, though.
Oh yeah.
I mean, last I checked, she had some collars to her name, but
she was working 100%. But you still don't get that. I'm not knocking the girl,
exactly.
but you still don't get that without Daddy. I'm sorry.
Exactly, with that time on, and the question is, was she doing the work or was she getting getting that helping hand with all those collars? Because
that's true too, because they're gonna start padding numbers now because they know people watching now, right? That's another thing. That's
exactly. Yeah, so I take pause when I see these two guys being put back there, and I wonder if they have any remorse about what they did, or what they failed to put a stop to,
I can show you, Ball. Are you ready? It's this much remorse. Zero.
Yeah. So I think it's that John's speculation, I think, is on point, and I think at this point, Adrian Adams, I'm not sure how much help Adrian Adams gives to Hochul in terms of the entire state. I'm not even sure if she even gets her any additional votes in New York City, considering the people's approval ratings of city council in general, and people's just reminiscing about Eric Adams' time in office and all the circle of corruption that cloud of corruption that circled him, and all these names that kept coming up again and again and again, and there was controversy with Adrian Adams too, way back when. I forgot the exact story, but so I think John's bet is a good one to take at this point.
Yeah, I think it's a great bet. I think there's definitely a good chance. Ultimately, I'm not sure if she would go second fiddle to Kathy Hochul, but one thing I do agree, and here's where I would put my money on, that no matter what path Jessica Tisch takes, I think she will eventually circle back to running for mayor in New York City. There's no doubt about it. So the question is she going to be a long-term reform commissioner? Because that's the way she's been seen. She's been seen as this long-term reformed police commissioner, that she reformed the police department, which in fact is far from the truth, right? That's why I call her the queen of rebrand. She's rebranded everything, and the elites, give out this perspective that Jessica Tisch has just completely revamped the police department and reformed it. I could see Jessica Tisch at this point. I could see her going into some major federal or some type of security role with the federal agency high up, as far as with her so-called experience, right? Because she said she's data driven, obviously highly politically connected. So if she doesn't go second fiddle to Kathy Hochul, I think that's a great point, John. We spoke about that. I think that's definitely a viable option. But I would put my money that she would go more towards a high security role with a federal agency right now, because it allows her to play politics with both sides. And I think ultimately, if we all agree, I think eventually she will circle back and run for mayor. There's no doubt about it. Whichever path she takes, is it going to be as a running mate with Kathy Hochul if that window of opportunity opens up, which her family has enough money to make that window actually, to force that window open, or would she go for some high security role with the federal agency? And I think if I was put my money, I think that's the route she might be going, is with the federal agency, maybe something like ICE or something like that. Even though she's so-called in opposition to it, I could see that possibly as a viable option, or maybe with some very well politically connected private consulting company that's high up. But eventually, I do think she'll circle back to running for mayor. If I had to put my money on it, we talk about being gambling men, I'll gamble that she will run for mayor.
Yeah, and Hood Mayor asked, like, well, do you think she's being forced out? And I think Marlon spoke about it last week, and I think we all spoke about it. Like, we don't think anyone's forcing Jessica Tisch out. So, of anything, I think she's a major player, and her family's a major player in the power structure of New York and New York City politics. And so, and again, if she becomes lieutenant governor for some strange reason, if in fact that investigation starts to grow more teeth and it go a little further than just hearing that money was given to this organization through Adrian Adams, I don't think it's playing second fiddle to Kathy Hochul. She again is going to myth build. I think if you look at Theodore Roosevelt, right? I mean, I think he was a lot of his stuff was myth build as well. Came from a very prominent family. A lot of his exploits are, they were basically brought up through the media, especially when he was the NYPD Police Commissioner. He was the other one. He cleaned up corruption in the NYPD. And when he left, I mean, the NYPD was still as systemically corrupt as it was before he came. But the media just painted it a totally different scenario. And I think that's what I'm more curious about is like, how does the media in New York turn? How does the Fox News and the New York Post, how do they start to report on crime? Do they start to take a more watchful eye on crime without Jessica Tisch there? That's what I'm more concerned with than actually who the next PC is. It doesn't matter to me. Like I said, they're going to be a puppet. It doesn't matter who they are. I'm not really going to have any respect for them because, like I said, they're going to do a lot of things. They're going to do a lot of things that are going to endanger a lot of lives. And I already said what's happening right now at these protests is disgusting. And everyone in law enforcement nationwide should be jumping up and down. The union should be jumping up and down. They're not only endangering the lives of their members, they're endangering the lives of everyone that steps foot in New York City by removing counterterrorism resources out of First Amendment activities, which is basically telling you they're removing counterterrorism out of mass gatherings. And when you watch these protests, what does everyone say? Look at these people, they're terrorists. Look at these people, they're terrorists. What happened at the protest with Jake Lang? We had a terrorist attack. Oh, it didn't have to happen at a protest, Jessica Tisch told you. Yeah, but it did. And why did it? Because the terrorist felt emboldened enough and felt free enough to be able to get off 2 IEDs. 2 of them. And to me, to sit there, I could never in good conscience, if I was at that protest, if I was the chief at that protest that day, instead of hopping the barrier and thinking I'm going to get a Nike commercial because I was able to do a feat that every man should be able to do. I think my father on his deathbed could have hopped over that barrier. Not really a big deal. I think I think like I would have said, there's no way I'm ever going back out there again and putting my men and women out there at risk, having this same form and style and protest posture. And yet we continuously see it night in and night out. They're continuing doubling down on this stupidity. And again, it's not just keeping SRG blocks away so that the protesters and agitators and paid actors don't get upset because at the SRG uniforms upset them, or batons upset them, or helmets upset them, or competent police officers upset them. This whole protest settlement agreement that was signed into law, this whole doubling down, hands-off style of policing, It's honestly, it's disgusting. So it really doesn't matter who it's going to be. I'm just curious how the media is going to react to it, and I don't know.
Well, you mentioned how they're going to approach crime, and that's a very curious question because I think they're going to have a lot on their plate as soon as they get in that role. Keep in mind the reason why I'm saying that is because they're talking about this virus that's supposedly now a thing, okay? And there's civil unrest between protesters and ICE, and then there's what's going on in the subway with EDPs. I think there's whoever gets into that seat immediately has a lot of immediate problems on their hand that they're gonna have to deal with, and the other issue is the budget, because again, that budget still hasn't been delivered yet, and they're still a couple billion short, which means that Mamdani is probably going to be looking at if he isn't doing that right now, right? Because he was supposed to embed these basically auditors into each department that are going to make cuts, so Mamdani is going to be looking to make cuts in NYPD. They have to find out those couple billion somewhere, right? So I think there's a lot of problems that whoever gets into that seat immediately faces, and I think I'm curious how they're going to approach it with these limited resources, and where exactly crime would be on that on the hierarchy there.
I think what's interesting, John, you had said, what would be the reaction of media in regards to Jessica Tisch? I think that if Jessica Tisch steps down, it's going to be a media frenzy when it comes to mainstream media. Mainstream media loves Jessica Tisch. Mainstream media has framed it that Jessica Tisch is kind of like the stability between City Hall and the NYPD, which in fact I think is quite the opposite. And I think that the question is, if Rodney Harrison or Issa Abassi, or whoever takes the position, right, in this rumor mill of police commissioner, are they going to follow the same template and gaslight the public about crime? Or are they actually going to start documenting everything, including shots fired where someone's not shot? Are we going to document crimes as they're supposed to be? Because if they do, crime will in fact increase substantially. In my opinion, and this is just an observation, I think Zohran Mamdani is going to follow the same template they followed under Eric Adams and continue to gaslight. Because in order to proceed with this community policing campaign, crime would have to be substantially down. Crime would have to have historic lows. Crime numbers would have to be represented at low numbers in order to actually move forward with that. Because if the numbers are astronomical and we actually get the real numbers, people are not going to be ready to transition to anything or the idea of it. Even though this is much of his proposition to campaign as mayor. In fact, I think it will just completely turn it on its head. So I think they'll follow the same template. As I said before, Rodney Harrison, in my opinion, was promoted by Rocket Fuel, just as John said earlier, and Marlon. I believe it was part of DEI, and I also believe that he was placating to former Mayor Bill de Blasio and transitioning to Eric Adams. Major responsibility he had being in that position in 2021, where he could have stood up against the vaccine mandate. He did not. Where he could have taken support and backed up Daniel Pantaleo, which he did not, which he does in retirement. In retirement, he says he got a raw deal, but far different from what he said when he was on the job. And that's why I agree. Yes. Were we all yes men at some point with certain things? Of course. I was a Marine. I was a law enforcement officer. You have to say yes. That's the reality. If you didn't say yes to most things, you wouldn't be in those positions. But at some point, when you have to bend your integrity and bend your morals, that's why I said on a prior podcast, John, when we spoke about this, I don't believe you can bend your integrity. You either have it or you don't. So for these men, I believe they don't have moral integrity to go into this position right now, knowing that Zohran Mamdani is completely anti-police, defunding the police. Eric Duran is indicted and sentenced, and there's no support. And they're going to continue on this path. Well, shame on them. Shame on them, whether it's Rodney Harrison or Issa Abassi or anyone that's willing to take this position right now and move to a community campaign policing type apparatus, which in fact doesn't work. It just shows they don't care. It's self-serving. It's about the stars on the shoulder. It's about status. It's about position. And as I always say also, it's about paving the way for their offspring. And if you say, what do you mean by paving the way for their offspring? Look at all the chiefs that have been promoted by Rocket Fuel, people that have been politically connected. Their sons, their daughters have gotten promoted in no time, have gotten illustrious positions within the police department. So yes, it's twofold: self-serving, and it paves the way for their offspring. So Hood Mayor says, Rocket Fuel, where'd you get that from? I've been saying that for a long time, brother. I don't know where I came up with that. Yeah, when people get promoted with pretty much no reason other than their connections, to me, it's Rocket Fuel. They get promoted, in seconds. And same thing happened with Rodney Harrison. From 2018 to 2021, he wore numerous high hats, which included the chief of department. In 2021, that's probably the most pinnacle point in NYPD's history, because the vaccine mandate was implemented and we lost a huge amount of really important veterans to the police department, which changed the face of the police department for decades to come. No doubt about it. Yeah, so they're promoted by Rocket Fuel.
Yeah. Quick housekeeping, right? This Adrienne Adams, this is what I mentioned. This is what I alluded to. She was basically, the allegation was she had funneled $3 million to the AME church in Queens to Reverend Floyd Flake. So her name was already involved in prior scandal before this. So.
Yeah, and she's been real quiet on social media, like real quiet, which is a real red flag. One-eyed Willie says it. He says it like, and this is really my opinion too. Like, I totally agree with you. He said it doesn't matter who the police commissioner is. The mayor runs the show. Everyone is a puppet, and that's really how I feel. Like, that's how I feel about it. I think even what we're talking about here is a popularity contest. The possibility is that she may leave. I personally don't believe she'll be here in 2027. That's my opinion. I could be wrong. 100% could be wrong about it, but that is my opinion. Like I said, there's a lot of moving pieces that are happening behind the scenes that have happened prior with the last three prior police commissioners weeks before they left. So, and I know there's some people in the chat saying that, we should get our phones checked. If you think that our phones aren't subpoenas, if you think we don't have administrative subpoenas, they literally. We had an active sergeant threaten the life of me and Eric's children. We had a known criminal who was friends with the mayor and the police commissioner at the time threaten my life for no reason. When we complained about it, we were criminally investigated for over 1.5 years. You think that? Why do you think that is? And by the way, nobody got suspended or jammed up for ever talking to me and Eric, because we don't really take any information that doesn't matter, right? We talk to our friends about friend shit. How's your kids? How's your wife? How's this? And that's it.
Spot on, brother. Yeah.
I mean, most of what we do here is we're speculating. I see what's happening and I'm speculating. That's all it is. Same thing like when we talk about stocks. We look at stocks. We see what's happening in there, what the news is saying.
John, you're allowed to do that? You're allowed to give your opinion? Oh, I didn't know that.
No, shocking. Yeah, it's criminal. I mean, it's criminal. I know a certain former chief of department wanted to lock us up, and labeled us as domestic terrorists. But that's not here. That's neither here nor there. But basically, this is a popularity contest, right? Because I put this poll out on Instagram, and this was about 2 days ago, right? I put this poll out. So I said, "What's it going to be? Rodney Harrison, Issa Abassi, someone else, Tish isn't going anywhere." So there was 1,600 responses at the time when I snapped this photo. I don't know what it's up to now. But Rodney Harrison came in at 38%. Issa Abassi came in at 24%. Someone else at 11%. Tish isn't going anywhere at 28%. So it's Rodney Harrison takes the top spot as he's going to be the next police commissioner. Tish isn't leaving is number 2. Issa Abassi is number 3, and it's going to be someone else as number 4. It's a poll of public opinion. Does it mean anything? Is it relevant? Does it Does it mean that in fact any of this is going to happen or any of those predictions will be right? No, it doesn't. It absolutely doesn't. But you know, it is the topic of the conversation, and it is topic of conversation for a reason. And I thought it was super funny what that Sid Rosenberg came out of his face, a coward who blocked me on social media for asking him to explain how he could support Cuomo after all the things he said about him, and without naming me, just bashes me. Like, and I'm like, you know what? And everyone's sending it to me, and I'm just like, you know what? I really don't care what Sid has to say, because in my opinion, you know, Sid, like many others, they're trying to replicate what we do here on the Finest Unfiltered, and they can't, because they don't have the same knowledge, they don't have the same insight. We're not feeding off of a little lackey that's sitting in Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch's office, who was never a cop, who doesn't know anything about policing. We're not feeding off of a fake civil rights attorney. We're not getting our information and determining. We're not being told what to think, basically, is what I'm saying. We're watching what we see, and then we're giving our opinion about it. And we did this profession for a very long time, all of us. And when you combine all of our experiences, it's going to be very hard to replicate something like this. And they're all tail chasers. They're not even clout chasers. They're just chasing tails. So they're not even worth bringing up or really getting into a battle about. Sid Rosenberg's a loser. The Sergeants Benevolent Association, Vinnie Valalong, is a big loser for giving him an honorary sergeant shield. I mean, based upon his history, it's absolutely disgraceful. While at the same time, I think they're funneling your money to WABC radio, which is disgusting. Sergeant Highlight, are they paying for that? I mean, I would want to know that. If I was still in the SBA, I would want to know that. Are you paying money to a radio station that nobody listens to a show that nobody listens to put out this BS Sergeant Spotlight? Let's do this, blah, blah, blah. How is this beneficial to the members? Right? And then you're sitting there and you're not even funding the defense of Sergeant Duran.
Yeah. I think John, you mentioned that the mayor runs the show. I just want to point out that I think even though the mayor is clearly the boss, I think these guys are also on the same page with him in a lot of these progressive and globalist ideas, So I think I look at what Abbassi had brought to the Patterson police, and in a lot of ways he's also on the same page with Tish, which is ironic, um he kind of brought an obsession to Patterson with technology, and one of the things he brought is the AI body cam, AI being integrated into body cams. And I'm surprised we haven't got there yet with this job, but I think he's, I just think that a lot of the stuff that he brought there are the same kind of things that Tish would love to do over here too. So I think, and again, I've said it before that I think a lot of this progressivism is also a cover for corporatism, because again, it's the corporations that are behind a lot of the things they want to get accomplished. When they say they want transparency for the police department, they don't really want transparency. What they want is to allow Wall Street and the big tech companies to get a new contract, by integration of some technology into our databases, and so I just wanted to point out that how much of what he did and says on interviews, I watched a couple interviews of his, is similar to what's been said by Tish and what's been said by Mamdani. So I think it's much more than just a mayor being boss. I think the people that they get out that reach up to those floors are also on the same page as them. They're all drinking the same kind of globalist progressive Kool-Aid, so to speak.
Marlon, I think that's a great point. In fact, I think one thing that we can see that all the police commissioners, or the rumors of who's going to be a police commissioner, which include Jessica Tisch and Rodney Harrison and Issa Abassi, and a couple of other names that we've heard. But these are the strongest names that we've heard right now. The similarities, I think, is that they're all politically connected, and they all have access. And I think that's what's important. Do I think that ultimately the mayor is actually the police commissioner, or if you just want to be in layman's terms, just in charge of the police department? Yes. But I think what's important for a mayor is the political connections and the access that these potential police commissioners bring. And Jessica Tisch brings exactly that. She brings funding, she brings access, she brings political connections. And I think Issa Abassi and Rodney Harrison could do that on a different level. I think they have a lot of connections and access in different facets. And I often say this, I do believe that policing on a global level, but especially within blue cities in the United States, are moving towards artificial intelligence and robotics for predominantly a majority of policing. There's no doubt about it. They're moving towards that. Do you need a human element? Absolutely. I'll argue that all day. But are they moving to a majority of artificial intelligence and robotics? I think so. There's no doubt about it. And if you look at the NYPD, it's such a cash cow because it's 35,000 law enforcement uniform officers, supposedly. That number is far different right now. I'm sure it's in the 20s. But if you include also civilian personnel and just any apparatus that are connected to the NYPD, it's a huge cash cow. So anyone that's dealing with AI or any type of technology, which Cass Daughtry was trying to push, right, under Eric Adams, there's a lot of money to be made because just of the vast amount of numbers in that vacuum in the police department. I think this is a great comment here from one of our friends and listeners. How you doing today? Soylent Green, if that's right. He or she says, I think you guys are way off. Nobody cares who the PC is besides cops. The media has the attention span of a gnat. PC is wealthy, but is not the person you guys think she is. Everyone is replaceable. Well, I don't think we're actually saying anything different. We do believe they're all replaceable because ultimately the mayor is the one in charge. So I think we're having the same conversation here. But Jessica Tisch does have a lot of power, a lot of access. And so does Issa Abassi and Rodney Harrison. They have a lot of access to different facets. They don't have Issa Abassi and Rodney Harrison do not have the same economic access and connections that Jessica Tisch has, but they have a lot of political connections and different policing connections in other ways. There's no doubt about it. Also, Rodney Harrison brings the minority community, and Issa Abassi brings the Muslim community, right? He's working in and running operations in Little Palestine. So they bring different access, different connections. So I do think it's an important position. Even though the mayor is in charge, I do think it's important who they put in those positions because what kind of access they bring to assist who's the mayor for New York City. That's my take on it. These are my observations.
Yeah, again, I don't agree with whoever said that. I mean, Jessica Tisch ain't going nowhere if she doesn't want to go. So,
Exactly.
I'm telling you right now, Jessica Tisch isn't going nowhere unless she doesn't want to go. And being lieutenant governor is a coveted position. You're the second most powerful person in the state. If you look at a lot of people, Andrew Cuomo, Mario Cuomo, you look at people that have been lieutenant governors. I mean, a lot of them have moved on to go for higher office or to try for higher office. Here's my question though, right? Like Jessica Tisch is running for mayor. Would you support her? I mean, I'm sitting here going, there's some things that I like about Jessica Tisch, but I mostly don't like about her. So I would not support her for mayor, but I think a lot of conservatives and Republicans would, but I just believe that they would do that, and moderates too. I believe they would do that because they're highly uninformed about a lot of stuff. Unless she came out and totally changed her position on a lot of stuff, especially the vaccine mandate and things like that. And this doubling down on this nonsense of decoupling counterterrorism from protests. Unless she came out in defense of broken windows policing and all those things, I don't think that I would ever support her for mayor. What do you guys think, Marlon? Would you support a Jessica Tisch mayoral run?
I have to think about this one, because the thing is, on the surface, you'd think she might be another Bloomberg-esque candidate, right? big business, very very intelligent, obviously, right? But Bloomberg also, you know, in his third term was really overreaching there, and he wanted to turn us into a nanny state. And it's that
Who mad
kind
about
of
the soda?
yeah, ridiculous stuff, and that's part of the stuff that these technocrats, which Tish absolutely is a technocrat, that's what they want to do. So when I think about Tish becoming mayor, I wonder which version of Bloomberg we'd get. Would we get the Bloomberg 1 and 2, which kind of let the police? He put a highly competent executive in charge of the police department and left them alone, or well, I guess he pretty much left them alone for all 3 terms. But would we get that Bloomberg, who is concerned with bringing businesses and money back into the city, or would we get Bloomberg 3, who wanted to, who kind of wanted to turn us into a nanny state? And the reason why I'm concerned, I would be thinking along those lines, is because look at all the other things they want to do to the city right now, right? With the cameras, the congestion pricing, the attempts at turning us into like some sort of giant surveillance nanny city, smart city or nanny city. Like, I'd be worried that she would be she'd want to further that agenda even more and turn us into a nanny state, and so, like, my support of her for mayor would be incumbent on whether the city is, what's the financial state of the city. If the city already has that come to Jesus moment where we, where people, where we look back at all the corruption, and like city council and other parts of government start looking at all the corruption that we've had over the last 4 years and wanted to clean that up and wanted to actually compete with other cities that are doing well in this country, then I'd be encouraged to vote for her. But if we haven't had that moment yet, then I wouldn't vote for her, because I would think that she'd want to come in and just further the agenda that's already happening right now with city council, who, again, we already named the members who are supporting this super speeders bill, right? So that's my caveat for voting on her for mayor.
Well, here's my thoughts on it. So this could be a far stretch, but I see it as a political play for her to step down now as commissioner. Gives her enough time to either, as I said, my opinion, I foresee her going to some type of federal agency, a high security position there, implementing new technological data, things like that, and then circling back to run for mayor. And here's why I think she would have to step down now or within the next couple of months. I think whoever comes in office next, if it's Abbassi or Rodney Harrison or some other face, if they're actually going to report crime accurately and document it, crime is going to significantly increase.
100% not doing that, dude.
No, 100% they're not doing it. I'm just saying, rhetorically speaking. So if they were going to do that, that would give her a 2 to 3 year window to come back and circle back and run for mayor and say, well, she could bring crime down to what she had it at her numbers. Because I do believe if she was to run in a Democratic primary, it would be kind of tough for her, because a lot of these civil liberties unions, even though, a lot of people support her, she's, Jessica Tisch, she's part of this elite family, they see her as a, as law and order, like a hard charger when it comes to law and order for some of these progressives and civil liberties unions. So I think it would be tough for her with a Democratic primary in those positions. But if they did, which I agree, John, but rhetorically speaking, if whoever takes over police commissioner and crime did significantly go up, that would be a great opportunity for her to circle back and run for mayor. Would I vote for her for mayor? Here's the thing. Unfortunately, I think it's become very subjective. If I told you right now, would I vote for Jessica Tisch for mayor? No. Would I vote for John Shell for mayor? No. But given the clowns that we've had run for New York City mayor, given the clowns that we have run for New York City mayor, that they actually might be options, right? If I had to pick between John Shell and Zohran Mamdani, I'd pick the clown John Shell. If I had to pick between John Shell and Jessica Tisch, I don't know. Maybe I would pick Tish. At least she's more professional. So it depends on who's running. If you just asked me today, Jessica Tisch is the option, I'd say no. But if Jessica Tisch is the option in comparison to Zohran Mamdani, yeah, then I'll vote for her. So unfortunately, it's becoming extremely subjective. So I know what you're saying, John. None of them are going to be in a position to allow crime to rise. But if it did, that would be her opportunity to circle back because she's loved on both sides. But I do think they a lot of progressives and civil liberties unions, they look at Jessica Tisch as a hard charge. They don't know that they don't understand how crime stats work, but they see her as a law and order person that has brought crime down. So I think it would be tough for her in a Democratic primary. I don't know. Maybe she would have to go independent or Republican.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. So one, I don't think the focus in New York City is ever going to be about bringing crime down ever again. Like not until, we get all of these lefties out of government. Like that's not going to be the focus. But anyone who's the police commissioner, they're going to implement some programs that they want to show as successful, and they're going to need crime to go down because of that. And what you're going to see is a Washington D.C. style, which we already have, of crime accounting for crime statistical numbers, right? It's going to be completely false and completely inaccurate. You're going to be told crime is down, they're at historic lows, and yet you're going to be afraid to travel on the subway. You're going to be afraid to go out at night. You're going to be afraid to sit in front of your own house in your own neighborhood. Currently, like the state of New York City right now, right? But here's the thing, and I don't know who JDP 0704 is, but I think this is something that we've talked about on this podcast a lot. It says he's talking about Tish brings artificial media protection. The media is petrified of her. Now, we've told you numerous times about this and exactly why and how stories got killed. So here's the thing. If Tish is not your police commissioner, crime will rise because the media will change the way they're reporting. They'll go back to actually reporting the stories the way that they should be reporting on. There'll be a less biased media. So I do believe that Jessica Tisch stepping down either early in the summer or before the summer would be ideal for a political run, because then obviously there's going to be an artificial spike in crime, but not necessarily in the crime numbers, in the public's perception of crime, in the public's opinion of crime, because it's going to be very hard to run the same public perception campaign that they're doing without having a iron fist control of the media, which the Tish family has, right? So, I mean, it would be perfect for her to step down. Crime rises. Everybody's talking about Tish. You got 3 years of nonsense. She's out in the state. Bring her back. And I personally think that after they broke up the conservative Republican Party in New York City, which they did in the last mayoral election by running Curtis Sliwa and then, basically saying he's not your guy, vote for Cuomo. What they did is they basically took out that whole establishment. The GOP establishment's gone. The conservative structure's gone. It's in the rebuilding phase now, and it's rebuilding under the really I don't know what we're going to call it, but I'm just going to call it the Jimmy Wagner party, Jimmy Wagner Common Sense Party, because it's literally starting from the ground roots up again. And I know a lot of people in the Conservative Party and the GOP are going to be pissed at me for saying this, but it's the absolute truth. They literally handed that over, and again, I supported Curtis Sliwa on here, and I supported him only because I felt like they put him in that position to lose, which is the same position that I was asked to do, run to lose, and I was like, I'm not doing it. And I said, let me run off with Curtis. And then if whoever wins gets both endorsements, I get the conservative and the Republican, and you put media behind me, and we could possibly win. I said, other than that, I'm not willing to do it. So I think that whole apparatus of, no, we're going to run people to lose, and then at the last minute, the entire GOP establishment moved over to go vote for the most radical governor in New York's history, Andrew Cuomo, and he still was able to almost win. So regardless if I support Tish or not is irrelevant. It honestly is at this point, because I don't know that in 2029 I'm going to be a New York City resident anyway, that I would be able to vote. So maybe though, maybe. But as of right now, I don't know. I'm not sure. But I do think a Tish run for mayor is a very viable option. And I think that she could garner a lot more support than Andrew Cuomo. They literally took the villain of New York, the villain, the guy who put in every law, advocated for, cheerleaded for, and signed in every law that's currently affecting public safety across the state and across New York City, all of the anti-business, all of the tyrannical policies, all of the going after the rich, all of the open border nonsense, give everybody everything, that all came by way of Andrew Cuomo. So he was the villain, and he still came damn close. There wasn't enough votes. There wasn't enough votes to beat Zohran Mamdani in that election. And that was solely done on the fact that there was no real viable candidates in that election other than Zohran Mamdani. And so I think Tish could absolutely win. And I don't think it matters if she's a Democrat, if she's a Republican, if she's an independent. I think 100% she'll have the money behind her. She'll have the media behind her. She could possibly have the Theodore Roosevelt narrative behind her if she leaves now and maybe goes off to lieutenant governor, and maybe, you get some real friendly law enforcement legislation, cops get raises, they start to repeal a little of this nonsense that we've been talking about on here. And I think 100% she could win. 100%.
So John, one thing is true. We both agree, though, for her to step down now, that crime will increase. Either they'll allow crime to be the real numbers, or just a perception of it will be the reality. So
they're never allowing crime to be the real numbers. They're not giving up the game. If they give up the game, people go in jail.
I'm not saying they're giving up the game, but I don't think they will be able to have a handle on it. And so we kind of agree to and I think you made that point, to be protected by the media. So the perception would not meet the narrative. So I think, so in a sense that, so we agree, either they couldn't have a handle on it, or that they would implement it themselves. So my point is, her stepping down now, I mean, I think we agree on that. My point is, her stepping down now gives her that 2 to 3 window to come back and show, for people to say, wow, she really is a viable option. And I think that's where we agree.
Yeah. She was Theodore Roosevelt. She cleaned up the corruption in the Adams administration. She brought crimes to historic lows. The minute she left, crime went up. You have Zohran Mamdani, who basically said everything was going to be free and everything's more expensive 4 years later. And you have two clowns, John Schell and Sin Rosenberg, who couldn't be lucky if they got 7,000 votes altogether combined, running for mayor. 100%. I think she, in that scenario, I'm not a fan of her. I'm not going to sit there and wave the flag and be like, I love Jessica Tisch. She's the best thing since sliced bread. But if I'm a New Yorker, I'm going to end up voting for her, because I'm just going to be like, well, the better of the other options, I guess,
Well, that's my point. When it comes down to voting in New York City at this point, it's not like, well, here's someone I would vote for because they're great. It's, unfortunately, you're put in a position where I'll vote for this person because it's better than the other options, and here's why. So you have to justify it to yourself. Those are the only reasons. If there was no comparison at this point, we'd all say, no, we're not going to vote for her. She doesn't even know what it is to walk to the store, just as an average New Yorker growing up in New York City. She's had everything hand to mouth. So, yeah, it's far different. 100%.
Yeah. Something I want to add to that is that keep in mind that whoever gets in there is more than likely going to face a crisis coming soon. And again, I mentioned all the things that are in the news cycle right now. Again, there's an energy shortage coming, and we've seen politicians kind of allude to it, and a lot of foreign politicians too have alluded to for you to try to conserve your energy usage. I'm specifically referencing over the weekend, the India's president said it, right? And sure, it's overseas, but we live in a global world. And if there's a global shortage of oil and energy, that's going to affect all of us. So So there's that on the horizon. There's talk of this virus coming out. There's the civil unrest between ICE and protesters, and if that were to balloon into the summertime, we'll be we'll be back into like 2020 environment again, right? With massive protests, right? And what's the other one? And yeah, so my point is, whoever comes in there is facing multiple crises, right? So think of it. If Tish leaves now, she won't be facing the scrutiny of how, of responding to any of these things, right? So again, it kind of lends weight to her leaving and then coming back, and her leaving now with that manufactured narrative that she cleaned up the city and that things were better under her than whoever her predecessor, whoever comes after her. But just to go back on whether you'd vote for Tish, I think the question is, do you want your corruption with competency, with a competent face on it, or do you want your corruption with an incompetent face on it, incompetent and undisciplined face on it, right? Because those are your choices now. Okay, you either get somebody who seems a little more disciplined, but there's obviously still corruption going on, in Mamdani. Okay, again, there's been talk of his brother and like the migrant shelters too. I have to go and look back up the article, but about in terms of construction. But there's clearly stuff going on with him. But unlike Eric Adams, he's not partying every night and making a clown out of himself. So he seems a little more disciplined. But there's still all these shenanigans going on, all these contracts, and all all this money being funneled to NGOs and community organizations that really should be under scrutiny. So the question is, do you want your mayor to look competent, but that corruption is still happening behind the scenes, or do you want your mayor to be like the party mayor and the corruption is still happening, but again, you might be paying more attention to it this time because your mayor is the party mayor, But because I think those are really your choices. Those are the choices you get in New York City. You're not getting a competent face who wants to fight corruption. You can't get it both ways. You gotta pick.
Yeah, when you rig the election and you rig the games, I mean, you're always corruption's there. Like that's it. Like it's corruption's controlling the election. It's like a union election. Like those things aren't fair. Like come on, it's like the whole thing's rigged. The whole game's rigged. Why? Because of corruption.
Those aren't real elections, right? We've shown. It's funny you say that, right? When it comes to those union elections, it's almost people win by default. And I think it's the same thing with New York City elections, right? You can kind of say that Zohran Mamdani won by default because of all these games they played with Andrew Cuomo. I just think. So what do you guys think about this? I think if Jessica Tisch does run, and I guess you kind of said it before, John, I think she has to go on the Republican ticket because I think with the Democratic ticket, they're going to have to say that she's too much law and order. I think that's where they're going to play. She's law and order. She cleaned everything up. I think she'd have to go on the Republican ticket, but she'd actually have a chance. But the reality, she's not. She's far from being a Republican. But I think
I don't think so, dude. I don't think so. I don't think it matters, and I think the Republican is least likely that she would be.
I think if you fall under the progressive hierarchy of victimhood, okay, right? That includes if you're a woman, if you're a minority, and especially if you're like a minority woman, you get or you might be gay or something, you get extra points there. And I don't think the media, I don't really think they scrutinize you as much. So because the fact that Tish is a woman, I don't think they'll scrutinize her as the or paint her as the law enforcement so much as law enforcement. Those victimhood points kind of trump your whatever well, they kind of trump that.
One thing's for sure. I think we could all agree on, right? On the Eric Adams, it was media control. And I think with Jessica Tisch, it will definitely be the same thing. It would be media control again. So there's no doubt about it. When Jessica, and I'll say this, in my belief, when Jessica Tisch runs, and I do believe she will, when she runs, there will be media control. So even if she does go on whether she goes on a Republican ticket or a Democratic ticket, I think ultimately it doesn't matter, because I do think they'll have a stronghold on the media, and the media is going to be put into a vacuum by the Tish family and all their connections, and they're going to put her in the light that they want. That's that. I there's no doubt about it. So I think stepping down now, one, shows, right, she was responsible for the transition, and it's a great way for them to say Jessica Tisch handed over Zohran Mamdani a healthy police department, functioning well, free of corruption. She cleaned it up. She left. Crime goes out of control by perception, as you said, John. I'll agree on that. My point was rhetorically speaking, right, John? I was saying I'm a realist. I know, in fact, whether it's Rodney Harrison or Issa Abassi, they're going to try to play the same game with Jessica Tisch and give a misrepresentation of crime. I don't believe that they're going to give an accurate report of crime, because crime would be through the roof and they would look terrible. So I was just saying, rhetorically speaking, what I do think would happen is what you said. I agree. The perception of crime would be, wow, crime's out of control, and now the media is actually reporting it in comparison to Jessica Tisch. So they can easily say Jessica Tisch handed over a well-functioning, a turnkey operation, they often call it, right? Turnkey operation where things are functioning great, and it went to shit. And now Jessica Tisch, when she comes back, she was the one responsible for historic crime laws. She's responsible for freeing corruption. She's responsible for the posturing for protest. So I do think that's the manner they're going.
Yeah, and just one thing I just gotta say, like, Adams didn't control the media until Tish came. When Adams was originally, when all the stuff was happening, I mean, this podcast was flying, right? Everything we were quoted in the paper, I think, almost every day, and so, like, all of that stuff didn't happen until Tish took over, like, where that whole media control took over. So it definitely wasn't Eric Adams. He did not have control of the media until she came in. They kind of cleaned him up. They were like, all right, we'll clean you up. You know what I mean? And then, but I don't see, like, how she ever becomes a Republican. I mean, I guess whatever. I mean, I guess I could see the Republican establishment going with her as an independent, but I just, again, a lot of her stances when it comes to sanctuary city and stuff like that, she's not going to really be able to backpedal on, and they're real left positions. So I think that I think ultimately, she would run as a Democrat, and she could be viable, and it would be really funny to watch Zohran Mamdani get taken out by his own police commissioner because he couldn't see the game. He didn't see the game that he was in. He basically built up his own enemies. Not that we haven't done that in this podcast. We've built up our own enemies as well, but it's definitely possible. You know what I mean? But yeah,
he knows the game now. He's watching the Finest Unfiltered.
yeah. They're writing their talking points out now. They're like, oh, what do I think about what they said there? Oh, because you can't formulate your own opinion. But yeah, so for those of you guys just tuning in, we got about 600 people with us this morning. Thanks for coming here. It's Finest Unfiltered. We were discussing Jessica Tisch potentially stepping down in the next few weeks. Ruben Mill's heating up, a lot of moving places. So for those of you that didn't get a chance, go back, listen to that first hour. If you haven't already, do us a favor, like, share, subscribe. If you're listening to us on Spotify, on Apple, or any of the other platforms, do me a favor, go ahead and subscribe to the platform. Hit a review, whether it's a 1-star or a 5-star, and leave us a comment. But if you think this podcast makes a great case for defunding the police, or if you think that this podcast is awesome and people should listen to, let us know about it. We appreciate it. Helps move us up in the algorithm, and we always appreciate all of our friends in the chat. We always appreciate you guys being here with us. So anything else before we move on this topic? Anything else on Jessica Tisch stepping down?
Well, your comment kind of goes back to what I said. You either get a competent face on the corruption, and that corruption is when you get a competent face on the corruption, right? It's elite corruption. It's corporate corruption, right? It's not the corruption that amateurs like Eric Adams' crew did,
like street hustler.
Yeah. It's the high level stuff. It's the stuff that's like
white collar crime.
It's not.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
not
yeah,
nickel
yeah.
bag corruption. It's not nickel bag corruption.
Exactly, exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
So that when you get a competent face, that's what's happening. When you get the incompetent face, with the party mayor, you're getting that the street hustler stuff happening there. So and part of the reason why I think Eric Adams appointed Tish, I don't think it was his own free will, by the way. I think it was the business community who was behind him, who told him, "Hey, you better get your shit together here, otherwise we're not gonna back you." Okay,
And
he had
you
no
and
choice
Diddy
but
are going to
to
be
do it.
cellmates. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I think that the business community who Tish's family is well connected to in this city basically appointed Tish as a police commissioner. And again, it's probably because they thought that this incompetent face on corruption is going to put too much. Eventually, people are going to get to our high level stuff, because this guy, this street hustler, is doing his stuff that is bringing too much attention to all of this. So,
You know what that reminds me of, Marlon? If you ever watched The Wire, which I think The Wire is one of the best police shows ever, but the part that's played by Idris Elba, he portrays himself. He goes out, he goes to college. He's pretty savvy, right? Meanwhile, he's got all the little drug dealers on the corner, right? And it's kind of like the same thing, right? The little drug dealers on the corner. That's kind of like Eric. Rhetorically speaking, that's like Eric Adams and his crew, right? And then you have the higher level guys that are they're involved in the same stuff. Stringer Bell, that's right. HF Hasselblad puts up. Thank you so much. I couldn't remember the name. It wasn't coming to me. Stringer Bell. So Stringer Bell is just as a criminal as they all are, but he puts a good face on it. He goes to college. He walks with a briefcase. He wears a suit every day, but he's just as a criminal as everybody else. But he knows that the little guys could give him up. So I think that's spot on. I think that's a great analogy, brother. Yep.
Yeah. I particularly love that I forgot which season it was whether it was 4. I think it was season 4 when Stringer Bell, he kind of realized like just how small a fish he was in the larger corruption, and how big this how big and sophisticated this
with all the politicians, right?
Was. Yeah.
Once he realized you know what he realized? The politicians were more gangster than he was, just in a different way. And he started to realize, wow, I'm just another street corner guy. These guys actually, they got real money.
Yeah. You almost felt sympathetic for Stringer Bell,
Well, I mean, you kind of that's why that show was so great. I mean, it really. I don't even think it was a police show. I don't think it was a police show at all. I think it was about the politics of the city, and I think whoever consulted on that was really in tune with the NYPD and New York City politics.
Yes.
Like, I don't think you're getting that view from anywhere else in the world other than New York City. I think that show was really about New York City. It wasn't about Baltimore. Like, in my opinion, and like that show was because it touched on every aspect of life. It touched on the politics, touched on policing, it touched on the schools, it touched on poverty, it touched on all of these racism, everything. It touched everything that a major city is going to deal with. That's why I honestly that was my favorite show of all time. And there were seasons, like there was show after show at one point when you were really just sitting there watching them watch someone, and it was so boring. And it was like that was the reality of police work there. Like, it showed you that. But ultimately, that was a political show. It was a show about
you know what, John? You're right, brother. Because even the second season, they go into the unions. It's all about unions, right?
Yep. They go into unions. They go to the dock workers.
Yep.
They go to all of that stuff. And Hood Mayor said why it was strictly Baltimore. Yeah, no, I get it. Like the whole show was in Baltimore. But what I'm saying is when you watch anything, you got to watch it multi-layered, right? You got to watch stuff like. I just started watching with my kids. They're in their teenage years. It's a movie that I watched when I was a kid. There's a new series on Netflix, and it's Lord of the Flies, right? And for those of you that don't remember Lord of the Flies, it was about these kids. They get stranded on an island. They start forming basically their own style of governments. And that show could be a show about kids stranded on an island and how they act, or you could look at it in a larger frame is like, no, that Lord of the Flies is about humanity. It's about how governments form and different types of government, tyrannical government versus a democratic government. And so like when you look at The Wire, yes, it was set in Baltimore, but it wasn't. That was New York City. It wasn't really Baltimore. That's what I'm saying. That was New York City politics. That was the landscape of New York City. It's the current landscape of New York City. You know, I'm telling you, I don't think Baltimore had evolved that far yet. Wire was the prequel to the Crumbs. New York City 26. Exactly, my friend. It was the prequel to the Crumbs, The Wire. Right? But they took out all of the New York figures because they didn't want to get whacked.
I think it's kind of it's very similar to what we talk about this network, and I think you're right. It's not ultimately just about policing, but what The Wire showed is how policing is kind of like centric focused, and everything weaves into policing. All the politics that are in it. When we talk about the docks, all the stuff with the unions that got intertwined with policing, all the politicians, the schools, everything was kind of like, to me, it's like you got this big circle. And policing's right in the middle, and everything is connected to it. The politics, the schools, everything's. And if your police department is corrupt, and all these things penetrate it, you see the outcomes, right? Because the unions, the money, everything penetrates the police department, the politics, and it changes the face of the city. So I think that's why I think The Wire could easily be. We could say, hey, that's New York City. Do I think that I understand the show was Baltimore, but the premise could be New York City, it could be LA. And I think it fits all the same politics that we often talk about. That's why that show is so amazing, because it's lifelike. It's like, see, you know, like you said, it's not really a police show, but the policing is kind of like the centric focus of it.
Yeah, just to go back on Hood Mayor's comment, yes, there was. John is right. There was that The Wire is too spot on for there not to have been actual cops consulting with it. And it turns out there is, because Ed Norris, who actually became Baltimore's PC for a while, you know, was a consultant on The Wire. And Ed Norris is former NYPD as well.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Boom. Leave it up to Marlon, man. Marlon will find out.
Good job, Ed. Good job, Ed. Come on, let us tell us where all the bodies are buried. Let's go.
Yeah. And you're welcome to come on the Finest Unfiltered, man. We'll talk about the premise of The Wire.
Yeah, and so let me see when he was. He was commissioner of Baltimore from March 2000 to December 2002, appointed by Mayor Martin O'Malley to actually reform the department plagued with corruption. Yeah, so
reform.
So there you go.
Yeah.
He had. It doesn't get any more insider knowledge on Baltimore than this guy, you know, and you know of the workings of inner city police departments.
The CompStat, dude, the number fudging, the investigations, the pressure during the investigations, the pressure about patrol, you know, how these cops are left out there to basically try to solve problems that have 100 years in the making. It's like, oh, go to that 911 call and solve all the problems in that neighborhood. You know, like what?
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. So there you go.
And you know what? The corruption that you saw in The Wire, honestly, is really nothing in comparison to what we saw in the Eric Adams crew. And that's why it is the prequel to the Crumbs. You're absolutely right, brother. Spot on.
No, the corruption that they were talking about was like the unwritten rules in governing a city. Like that's the corruption that The Wire was like really pushing on. It wasn't like the blatant corruption. I'm going to sell contracts. You're going to sell contracts. You're going to sell promotions. You're going to run a brothel. You know, you're going to bring the girls here. You're going to run these bars and clubs, and you're going to run girls out of there and sell drugs out of there, and nobody's going to bother you in the police department, and that's it. And we're going to get you guys all the building codes, and you're all going to kick up to the boss. Wasn't that type of corruption, because you had to be really stupid to do that in this day and age. And, you know, hey, you know, if the shoe fits, Eric, wear it, you know?
That's right, brother. That's right. One-Eyed Willie says, my favorite show back in the days was called Third Watch. Third Watch is an awesome show. But that show was really about, it's about cops, it's about firemen, it's about their everyday life. Awesome show, though. I definitely, I think The Wire really gets into the politics of it and how politics is centrally focused around policing. But Third Watch is an awesome show. Definitely awesome, entertaining show, and everybody loves Bosco, man. Great character.
So they said, does that mean that Shell may serve as a consultant to a police show? Yeah, look, I mean, it's possible that him and Kaz are consultants on a police show, but I'll tell you right now, if they are, you're not going to want to watch that show because you're going to be like, what the hell is this shit? It doesn't even make sense. You know what I mean? I'm sorry, they're not smart dudes. They're just not. They don't even know the system they were in. They don't even know the jobs they held. Like, come on. Who's this? Johnny Curry. He said Ed was the CEO of the 17 Squad when Mir Khan was murdered. I don't know that story. I don't know Mir Khan. I gotta look that up. I don't know that story.
I don't know. Yeah, I gotta look it up. But New York City says The Wire and Southland. By the way, The Wire, amazing. Third Watch. Southland, I think, is a really underrated show that's not often talked about. That's, I think, one of the best policing shows also. Southland is that's an amazing police show. Outstanding.
Yeah, I saw a comment in there about Ed having to do time, and yeah, that is true also. Okay. So
What'd he do?
Apparently, let's see, it says he was sentenced to 6 months in federal prison in June 2004 for misusing department funds, tax fraud, and lying on mortgage application. Right? He pleaded guilty.
Need you, bro. If it's over, come on.
He pleaded guilty to using thousands of dollars from a supplemental account for personal expenses, including meals, gifts, and hotel stays.
What year was that?
2004. He pled guilty to conspiracy to misapply funds and filing false tax returns. 6 months in prison, followed by 3 years of supervision.
Hey, didn't John Shell file false tax returns?
Misappropriation, alleged use. Yeah. So yeah, he did to do time, but this is it's very curious, because I wonder. I'd love to hear the backstory on it and whether he felt that was just retaliation,
Could be.
But I'm gonna have to dig in more into his story because I'd honestly love to hear if he thinks that they were trying to get at him because maybe he tried to clean up some of that corruption in Baltimore. Well, because it certainly reads like it,
It's interesting, Marlon, right? Because he was consultant from 2000 to 2002, right? And then this happens in 2004. And, very coincidental from the time that he was consulting, also giving insider information, right? So could be.
Yeah. Could be. Maybe it was too real. And they were like, listen, this guy, he maybe he spilled too much of the beans on what's going on or something, but it's interesting. That's
why I'm saying, right? He kind of more into him. They look at it. I mean, we could say we understand it, right, John? I mean, you and I have been targeted for so-called giving insider information, and the reality is we're just giving our observations on everything everyone else sees also. And this guy was supposedly given insider information, and shortly thereafter he finds himself in federal jail. So I don't believe in coincidence.
Yeah. And for the allegations, look at the allegations: misuse department funds, tax fraud, lying on a mortgage application.
Yeah, mortgage fraud.
It
seems
like really nitpicking, to me. It doesn't seem like a.
Well, didn't they say the account was used for personal funds, like that? It was a personal funded account for him. What was the account?
It says a supplemental account. I have to really look him up to dig into it.
Whatever. Doesn't mean anything, Ed. Come on here. You still did a great job at producing it. I don't care if you did it or you didn't do it. It doesn't matter. Yeah. It is what it is. Look, there's a real thin line between cops and criminals. You shouldn't cross the line over to criminal, but it's a very thin line.
Yeah. So I see ENYC says he played Ed Mullins in Baltimore. Exactly. Those charges sound like what they gave Ed Mullins. It sounds like something that was always done by people in that role, right? And they just wanted to get him off the stage, and they found something that they could get him on, and they used that to indict him. And that's exactly what they did to Ed Mullins.
But if you remember with Ed Mullins, like immediately upon that happening, all of the other unions went silent, like volume off. Yeah. Like literally. And I was like, this is something that, and I think you're right. Like it's something that everybody was doing, and they just went after him. Yeah, I agree. Because the unions that's when that mandate took full hold and nobody wanted nothing to do. Because I'll never forget the look in Lou Turco's eyes when I said that everything they were doing with the masking and testing was illegal. I'll never forget. He turned pale white. He was like, my lawyer says no. My lawyer. I was like, yeah, got a better lawyer. I'll never forget that look in his eyes. You know, and it was almost like, ooh, like, no, don't get that out into the atmosphere. Like and then he literally, you were there, Eric. I don't know if you remember. He said to me, yeah, and there's a mandate coming and we're not going to do anything about it either. I was like, oh, that's good. You don't know how many people it's affecting in a union. You already made that decision. Oh, it's good. It's good. Real good representation. You know?
Yeah. I remember.
He was pale white, dude. He was like,
you know what's interesting? We've had numerous episodes on it, but there's always a fall guy. And it seems like Ed was a fall guy, just as Ed Mullins. Because I find it hard to believe that Ed Mullins was a lone warrior in corruption with unions. He just miraculously was able to pull this stuff off by himself. And one thing we know about the NYPD and the unions are it's more information gets leaked in the Iraqi Navy, right? These guys can't keep a secret anyway. So I find it hard to believe that Ed Mullins was just a lone warrior. So it is definitely, again, everything went radio silent when Ed Mullins found himself in hot water and found himself in a pickle. I mean, didn't they have a treasurer? I mean, I find it hard to believe that Ed Mullins was the only one holding the money. Right? You have a treasurer also, and he wasn't the treasurer. So
and then he's allowed to stay on for 2 years. Yeah, for a couple years, even after.
Treasurer was allowed to stay on for fucking 6 years almost.
Yeah.
6 years. And then, and the people under him that were all there moved up. They moved up a rank. You know, it was ridiculous.
It's like Tanya Kinsella, right? The same person that's responsible for overseeing overtime and the failures. She's still in that position.
She is Teflon, dude. Like, and that's the other thing. If Tish stays down, like, is she gonna stay down? Like, who's gonna be the police commissioner to come in and tell a young black female first deputy commissioner to step down? Nobody. I would be the first thing I would do. I'd be like, yeah, thanks for all your help. I'm gonna get someone else to oversee the overtime. Appreciate it. You know, someone that doesn't require 19 drivers. You know.
Well, Kinsella is both black and Indian. She's from Guyana, so whatever. She has double points, right? She has double points. So good luck with that, right? Yeah. And also, this goes back to, we've said this before. If you're going to turn up stones and you're going to, speak up against this, you have to essentially have crossed every T and dot every I, because they're going to find some little detail to come after you, which is why I said, like, for me to go back in the police department now, most certainly I would have to they would have to pay me all the money that they owe me, because I would have to have a lawyer on speed dial. Okay. Because the minute we go back, John, they're going to look to see, oh, look, he didn't dot the I. Oh, we got him on this. They're going to look.
You think that people that run in the police department don't like us? I mean, I know the rank and file loves us. I mean,
Yeah. No. I
feel like I'm the police commissioner when I'm in the city.
I think the chiefs despise us.
Nah, I don't think so.
You don't think so?
Nah, I know so. Yeah.
I know some of the chiefs definitely despise the fact that I say every active chief is complicit in all the corruption that happened in New York City and all the failures of the NYPD. So yeah, I'll still say it because how do I see it from a distance? I'm traveling in an RV and I can see the failures in the NYPD leadership. You're there. You're at One Police Plaza. You're in the circle. How do you not see it? Don't tell me you don't see it. You choose to don't see it. You got selective sight. You know what they should be, Marlon? John, they should come out with a game. Remember as a kid, you play Super Mario Brothers and you get all the coins? They should come out with a game of NYPD people moving through rocket fuel. And you go here, you're black. You get a coin. Oh, you're gay. You're gonna get another coin for every box that you check. You get another coin, and that's how much you're protected. Like, oh, how many coins you got? Oh, I'm black. I'm gay. Right? And I'm Indian. Oh, you're untouchable, man. How many coins you got?
Well,
that's what it comes down to. You're a white male. You die halfway through the game.
No, that's not true. If you're a drunk Irish fat white male who has no integrity and no morals, like you'll be fine. You'll move right through the ranks. Well, no integrity, no morals, and you're willing to do anything you're told. I mean, there's tons of those guys out there.
Well, that's different.
There's a bunch of them. They're out there. They're in there right now. You know.
You see, if you're hooked up with somebody with minority points, you're good. Okay. If you're
and
by yourself.
It's not a knock on Italians. It's not a knock on Irish because there's some spineless Italians in there too that fit that bill. They're just not fat and drunk. So,
Jamal, does that work? Like if I had all my associates are minority, does that go on to me? Does that help? Or I'm so white guy.
If your buddy is like Marjorie, right? Then you're good, right? But without him, if your buddy's Marjorie and of course Eric Adams, because they're the same network, right? You're good. But without those two, forget it. Forget it. And if Kinsella was lesbian too, she'd be untouchable. She'd do whatever she wanted on that job because triple victimhood points there. That's
first of all, she's already Teflon. Like how you come out of that scandal is beyond me, dude. It's beyond me. You have 19 drivers, and there's a huge overtime corruption scandal. And the year prior, you're in city council talking about how you do all this stuff and what you do, and this, that, the other thing. And then the next year, you're at the same city council sitting next to the police commissioner, and they're talking about the scandal that happened under you that you failed to do. And the police commissioner is saying how ridiculous it was that there was nothing in place. Right. And it was like it wasn't that there was nothing in place. What was in place was people with low integrity at the top. And unfortunately, that's what it is. You let it happen. You didn't say a word. And so it is what it is. And you partook in a lot of bullshit and you misused a lot of taxpayers' funds. So
that's why I have to be honest. I'm very suspicious that Tanya Kinsella is still in that position. Right. I asked myself, why does Jessica Tisch keep her there? Right. Because I don't think Jessica Tisch is worried about any backlash from Tanya Kinsella's connections. I think that Jessica Tisch has far more political connections and a lot more power than she does at Tanya Kinsella. So I'm really curious, right? Because think about it. In any private industry, Tanya Kinsella would have been terminated or fired. The same person who's responsible for overseeing a budget where millions of dollars were lost in the police department with the taxpayer burden, she's still in that same spot. So I kind of wonder if the feds or someone told Jessica Tisch to keep her there, because that's the only thing I can make sense out of this. Why would she still be there? That's the only thing. Like I said, I don't have any insider information. I don't have a rumor, but I'm just making an observation myself. It just doesn't make sense. Why would she be there? Did someone tell Jessica Tisch you have to keep her there?
She's there because she's Indian, again, and the politicians, not just in the city but throughout the country, are making they're trying to offer an olive branch to the South Asian community, and that's clearly. I saw a poll a while ago about the populations that have grown tremendously in the city, and one of those populations is the South Asian community. And I think the reason why Kinsella is still there is because of her descent, her ethnicity. Okay, and because the South Asian community now is like has a powerful voting bloc in the city.
Listen, I have no problem with Bangladesh. I love all kind of people, but I think you're absolutely right, and I think it's interesting how diverse the police department has come when it comes to Bangladesh. It's so top heavy now with that Asian descent. I watch if you on social media, you see often there's a guy that goes around and asks cops, "Hey, could you say something positive to the public?" And I saw a couple of interactions he had with the NYPD. Every other cop was Bangladesh. The other day he spoke to 2 out of 3 cops. Hey, can you say something positive? It was a male cop and 2 females, and the male and one of the females were both Bangladesh. Both had very heavy accents, and so that's a good point, Marlon. Could it be? There's a lot of that Asian descent, Indian. So
Look, besides running marathons, there's, if you need someone to run marathons, then I guess they're the first deputy commissioner because that's the only thing I see. I'm not trying to beat the girl up, but it just is what it is.
No.
I mean, like, there's nothing there. There's nothing there. And like, you were given a job and you way too quick, way too fast, and you did terrible at it. Yeah, Joe, it's our racism. Okay, or whatever. All right. Anyway, let's move on. And I think the guy that like keeps going up, I think that guy Mula, I think he got arrested. I'll try to bring that video in if we got time, but we're running short already. I think he just got arrested for doing what I think is a good deed. What he did what the cops failed to do. So I'll bring that video in a minute. But what do you guys think about this? This is a Democratic Congressman, Dan Goldman. He's New York 10. He's District New York 10. Dan here is suggesting that he spoke with Jessica Tisch and that the NYPD is currently set up and in place to interfere with, intimidate, and potentially arrest ICE agents conducting lawful operations inside of New York City. This is, I believe, dangerous and illegal rhetoric from Dan Goldman. And what Dan Goldman is suggesting violates U.S. Code 111-18, where it is a felony to do exactly what he is suggesting that the NYPD has been put in place to do. I don't know how people like this get elected. I have no idea. At the same time, he doesn't want our borders open. He has been on record all over the place that Israel must do anything necessary to secure its own borders. So he flip-flops on that policy. He hates masks. Masks are anti-American, but during COVID, I'm sure if you talk to Dan, he would tell you that you're a patriot if you wear a mask. So the guy doesn't stand anywhere. We don't know who Dan is. He's another example of a spineless shill. What makes Dan even worse than a regular politician is, like, I always say how politicians are incompetent people. They do nothing. Their only qualification is that they could con a whole bunch of people into voting for them. But Dan was actually a former assistant United States attorney under Preet Bharara. So he's a guy who has knowledge of the law and he knows what he's saying is illegal, and yet he's still saying it. He knows what he's saying contradicts the law and contradicts how he feels about border security for other nations. It's laughable to me that he doesn't get booed off the stage here. And people are actually listening to this idiot. Listen to what he has to say.
New Yorkers do not want ICE here. New Yorkers want ICE out. Well, I have had discussions with the NYPD Commissioner after I wrote a letter in September of last year urging the NYPD to be prepared not just to not assist ICE as our sanctuary laws require, but actually to defend New Yorkers against excessive and unreasonable force by ICE officers, up to and potentially including arrest. So I am aware that they are prepared in some fashion for another infiltration of ICE officers if this administration unwisely and unnecessarily and retributively sends more officers into New York City. It did not work out very well for them last time. I would strongly suggest to Mr. Homan that he not send any more ICE officers into New York. New Yorkers do not want ICE here. New Yorkers want ICE out. And if you are going to bring in ICE officers to New York, you are inviting problems. And we would urge him.
All right, enough of this mush mouth. What do you guys think about him suggesting that they should use the NYPD to intimidate and arrest ICE?
Yeah, I think he's out of his damn mind. It's nuts that he's saying that. Because essentially, what he's calling for is the NYPD to be an insurgent army. Okay, he's calling for NYPD to basically confront ICE when they're trying to get deportees, which is insane. You're asking for a civil war essentially with that. I just can't believe we're at this point. But again, this shouldn't surprise any of us because the things they've been doing is to further the civil unrest in big cities, in big blue cities. Think of it for a second. They're obsessed with getting rid of SRG, right? obsessed with it or completely defanging SRG, right? They keep instead of urging people to remain calm and to stop fighting ICE, Mamdani and all these politicians, these Democrat politicians in New York City are keep urging protesters to push back against ICE, to they keep adding fire to all all the rhetoric that's out there, right? Instead of urging calm. How are you the mayor and you're not telling people to remain calm when the more people push back against ICE and do all this nonsense like block ICE vehicles, is the greater likelihood that you might have riots in your own city. Do you understand? You're the mayor, whose job it is to prevent riots in the city. So everything they're doing is to further the unrest. And you look at what they've been doing in terms of in big blue cities, in terms of like bail reform and all these things that push back, that put the crazies back on the street instead of keeping them locked up, right? It's all to further unrest and civil disobedience and just chaos in the cities. And when I see something like this, I again think this is just another avenue of how they get to that unrest. They want that unrest regardless of how they get to it. And if the NYPD was suddenly to start fighting with ICE, that would lead to unrest and literally like a civil war,
Stephen S., a friend, a good friend to the podcast, my brother, how you doing? He says Goldman should be arrested. Now, there is a fine line between hate crimes and freedom of speech and irresponsible rhetoric. Now, I believe that I don't think we should infringe on any free speech. But when you're a politician, it's almost like working for working for the NYPD or working for a company. And there's certain things you just shouldn't say. Now, I think Congressman Goldman, his information, his statements are so inflammatory, it's insane. First of all, he's right to his opinion. If Congressman Goldman thinks that ICE is out of control and they're operating unlawfully, well, then you have the courts for that. You have the Inspector General. There are avenues to actually take action in a much more professional manner that doesn't actually perpetuate and push for violence, because what he's asking for is completely inflammatory. You want the NYPD to be stormtroopers in the streets. We're talking about having localized law enforcement, armed men to stop federal enforcement that are armed as well. So you're just pushing for just extreme violence. You talk about caring about people in New York City. This rhetoric is irresponsible, and people should be calling for Congressman Goldman to be removed immediately. Absolutely. Should he be arrested? That's a good question. I have to think about that, but I think it's completely irresponsible. And that's why we have those, like I said, he's right to his opinion. If he believes that ICE operates unlawfully, well, then go to the courts, file an injunction. You have the Inspector General, file with the Inspector General. But to actually make claims that the NYPD should be stormtroopers in the street and stop ICE, you're calling for violence. That's not even just political violence. You're calling for violence. You're calling for armed men to stop other armed men. Absolutely ridiculous. That is completely irresponsible. This guy is insane. Just the idea that this guy was a federal prosecutor is another insane thing. Just completely insane that we have these type of politicians that are actually elected. Just irresponsible, disgusting rhetoric, calling for violence. People are actually listening. This guy is asking for violence in the streets of New York City. That's just insane.
Well, I mean, here's the thing, though. What he's saying is that he colluded to have the NYPD violate federal law. So I think it absolutely is illegal. He's saying that he colluded. I mean, I don't think that is accurate. I think he's a moron. Like, I don't think that, in fact, the NYPD is set up to stop ICE. So I mean, but that's what he's saying he did, and so I think what he's saying is I committed a crime, but I don't think he actually did commit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think he actually did, but that's what he's saying. So it's wild. It's wild, man. He should be laughed off the stage. The only problem is Dan's running against Brad Lander, who could potentially be a bigger moron than It's like pick your poison, man. Pick your poison. One idiot or the other one. You know, unbelievable. So this is that dude, Mullah, I believe. I'm pretty sure it's him. Like when I don't know what the dude looks like, but I heard his voice a bunch of times. He's always going up to cops. Oh, say something positive for the kids or whatever. So watch this play out. Script Keeper put this shit out this morning. I retweeted it.
You guys gotta go, man. ¿Qué está asustado? Es que el otro no es tú, cabrón, no eres tú. Estoy hablando del otro, cabrón, que me estaba mirando a mí, cabrón. ¿Tienes algún problema? ¿Tienes algún problema? ¿Tienes algún problema? What we doing? What are we doing? ¿Tienes algún problema, cabrón? It's business.
Yeah, my son is out.
Move. We violent, yeah, post my shit. Stop playing with niggas outside, nigga. You call me. Stop being the bully, nigga. You picking on people in front of police and all that, nigga. Calm the fuck down out here. This is not what New York is about. New York is about promoting positivity. You see when shit like this happens, he's hitting people, hitting girls, hitting officers. We don't do that in New York, you heard? Fuck out of here. New York, respect everybody. He was acting outrageous, everybody seen it. So I don't care. I'm gonna go to jail for a cause, not be cause. This is a cause right now. That man was acting irate, fucking with females, disrespecting the officers, running around, pushing people. We don't do that in New York City. Tell the judge I'm guilty. Your Honor, I did it. You know why? Because he was acting a fool, disrespecting females. Acting like a bozo. I know. Yo, Hocus for Fifth, I love you, heard? All y'all gangbangers out there, this is what y'all supposed to do. Stand up for the community, you heard? This is what it's about. You heard? Brooklyn, Lower East Side. I love y'all. Stand up. This is New York. Everybody needs to come together for peace and unity. New York! New York!
I don't know, dude. I don't think I'm locking him up in that scenario at all. I don't think I'm locking him up. They already went to lock up the dude. He's harassing people. He's putting his hands on people. He's threatening people, and he's running into the dude's face. He got what he deserved. I think Mullah is a good. If that's him, shout out to you, bro. I think you're a good Samaritan. I think maybe you should throw your name in the political hat too, because we need more common sense people out here. And I think the streets of New York City would look a lot differently. This is like the old school style of New York, where it's like you don't fuck around in these neighborhoods. I always used to say, like, you broke into cars in my neighborhood in Bensonhurst, or you sold drugs, you never had to worry about the police. You would have to worry that the police didn't respond quick enough because the people in the neighborhood would handle you. So shout out to you, Mullah. Molly, your mic's up.
Yeah.
There's always one.
Hey, Joe, that's a little racist, Joe. You're assuming that I could be deported now? Huh? Joe? Hey, Joe, come on, Joe. That's a little ridiculous now. But yeah,
Molly, you're not following the template, man. You're black, man. You're supposed to be a certain way. Joe, 14% is not liking it.
Well, yeah. And Joe thinks just because Joe, I don't even want to get to it. Joe's ridiculous, Don't
even pay attention to this troll. What do you think about Mullah? Would you have made the call to put him arrest him? I'm telling you right now, as a boss, he's not going to handcuffs at all.
Well,
you arresting him.
You have no choice. The cameras.
100% I do. Guy's a drunk idiot. He's not seriously injured. He's self-defense. I'm not making that call. I know for a fact I'm not making that call. I'm not locking him up.
Well, he might be brought back and given a summons.
Not even knowing
for
that.
discount. I don't know if you can do that anymore. If it's on camera, I don't think you can. I don't see any way around it. I mean, you treat him nice. I would certainly treat him well.
I'm not locking him up. He didn't do nothing wrong. Yeah. Self-defense applies. There's idiots out there harassing people. He was already under, dude, but they failed. They couldn't control him. He was already under. I'm not locking that dude up.
Yeah, See, that's the problem with this whole thing, when you fail to do your job properly, and other people step up, it just becomes a mess. If they had done their job properly and locked that dude up, or just broken it up to begin with, uh, none of that, you wouldn't have had to get to this situation.
I tell you straight up, I'm not locking them up. Absolutely. I don't care what cameras are out there and people say, well, you have to bring them in. We, excuse me, as cops, damn well you have a right to make the discretion and who's the primary aggressor. And people have a right to defend themselves. He wasn't out of control. He defended themselves. And we do need people like that. That is the old New York City. I remember growing up, there was a sense of pride in like protecting your neighborhood, protecting the people in your neighborhood. There was a time where we grew up with that. And we need more of that, right? And that's one thing I learned when I was living out in Asia, that the reason why it was so safe out there is because the people in the community policed it much better than the actual police itself. And that's what we need. We need people like that. I think he did a good job. And I think that even with unfortunately, cops don't know their mission anymore. And we've come to a point where everything's about documentation. Or if it's on camera, well, then we have to arrest someone. I think we still, as cops, we still have the right to make decisions. And I think the discretion is there. There's no doubt about it. People have a right to protect themselves. There's a difference between self-defense and mutual combat. And that was complete self-defense. So I would have locked him up. Hands down, I think he did a good job. We need more New Yorkers like that. And he was actually pro-police too. He's like, the police are doing their job. I don't want people touching women. And clearly you can see, listen, I think the guy did a good job. I'm not letting someone hit me either. I'm going to hit him back. Someone should hit someone back on yourself. Should you be arrested? Absolutely not. And that's what we need. We need cops that are supported, that cops can actually make decisions. So unfortunately, cops are micromanaged by weak leadership, and they're micromanaged by body cameras that they no longer can make decisions. That's why when you have a micromanaged system, it takes away from the ability to make critical thinking decisions. So absolutely, I would not make that arrest.
And by the way, you think that guy's pressing charges anyway against him? Come on. You know what I mean?
Well,
like, the guy's an idiot.
No,
you know what I mean?
no
Like,
way.
The guy's drunk out of his mind. Like, he's harassing people. He got up in the dude's face. He was, in my opinion, that dude's the primary aggressor. Just because he winded up getting what he deserved, what he asked for. He was asking for it all night. It was just that he finally ran into a man that gave it to him. I'm not locking him up. It has nothing to do with whatever Nin or these other idiots are saying in here. It has nothing to do with that. Self-defense applies. You're running around an idiot, putting your hands on people, and then think you're going to invade somebody's personal space, which he did. He got exactly what he deserved. That is not a crime, in my opinion. That falls under self-defense. I'll go with that all day long. I'm not afraid to make decisions like that. I've made plenty of them like that. 100%. I'm not locking that kid up.
But that's my point. Yeah, good. Well, yeah, brother.
No, I was just going to say, are we talking about it from the angle of the cop or the boss?
I'm talking the boss.
Okay.
The cop, you got no choice. You got no choice.
Okay,
If the sergeant says lock him up, you got to lock him up, dude. But like, I'm saying, as a boss angle, I'm not locking him up. If my boss isn't on scene that day, I saw who the lieutenant was, and honestly, the only reason that Mula was even in that position is because you failed, dude. Like, that's why he was in that position. You couldn't control him. You let this idiot run the streets in New York instead of, when you showed up, he should have went silent immediately. And he didn't go silent because you failed, dude. You weren't the boss on the scene that day. That dude was. You put Mula in that bad spot. There's no way he should have made the call to lock him up. I'm talking about from a boss perspective. I am not talking about from the cops.
Okay.
Listen, I agree. And Franco says it here, officer's discretion. Unfortunately, that's my point. In a micromanaged system, and NYPD has become this micromanaged system where cops no longer can have critical thinking decisions because they live in an environment of this vacuum. Well, I have to do this because it's on camera. I have to do this because I'm going to get in trouble by the leadership. I have to do this because it's going to go viral and I'm going to be the next person that's questioned, or they're going to throw the disciplinary matrix. So when you're working in that type of system, cops can't make critical thinking decisions. You and I and Marlon, I mean, we would make critical thinking decisions, and that's why we're no longer employed by the police department, because we're not willing to be part of that vacuum. But I would not make that arrest. Absolutely not. No doubt about it. Like, no, this guy's not getting arrested. And Sleepy Joe says he thought a primary aggressor is only for DV. No, a primary aggressor can be established in any situation, any situation where there's physical confrontation. So, but no, I appreciate it.
You know what the problem is, Eric, though? Because you had a lot of guys in the academy teaching people that didn't know what the fuck they were talking about. And they used to tell you, oh, the guy that wins the fight, lock him up. Like, no,
Yeah.
no, that is the stupidest shit I ever heard in my life. What do you mean the guy wins the fight, lock him up? What are you talking about? You know?
That's
and I was like, it didn't make sense to me in the academy. And it definitely didn't make sense to me when I hit the street. And Joe's sitting here going, oh, well, if that guy had a different political opinion, we would have arrested him. No, absolutely not, dude. Look, we worked in communities that, whether it was a black community or an Italian community, traditionally, they don't like cops, right? Me being an Italian member of that community and out there arresting Italian males in that community, guess what I got called all the time? A sellout, a punk, a rat, this. Same thing that cops deal with and black cops deal with in black communities, right? It's the same shit, dude. And you know what? You police apolitically, dude. It does not matter. Like I said, the same way we police protest is the same way we police in the street. It's apolitical. I don't care if I agree with you or not. We are a nation of laws and not men. If we're policing based on politics, then we're policing based on we're a nation of being men, and we're not, and we shouldn't be, and we should never get there. But that's currently what the state of New York City is today. And the only reason Mullah got arrested is because there was a weak lieutenant on the scene that day. That is the only reason that he got arrested.
Spot on. You know, if you think about it, I always thought that ideology was so stupid. In the academy, I remember the same thing. Yeah, the guy that wins the fight, that's the one that you lock up. So if someone comes up to you and punches you in the face and you punch him back and you knock him out, you should be arrested? Because you had the ability.
According to the police academy, yeah. Right. And this is what they would have did. This is what that lieutenant would have did. Oh.
I'm telling you right now, listen, I don't promote violence, but if someone hits you, you should hit them harder. You want to stop it. You want to stop the threat. So
Nin says they don't hire racists anymore, though. So we're good.
Oh, we're good. Thanks, Nin. Don't you have somewhere to be at some?
No, not yet. He's got a while. He's got like an hour.
Oh, it's funny how all the trolls come on about an hour before another show starts, and before is this part of your prep time?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Nin also says like what he says. He says, yeah, let's just let these moron cops decide on everything on the street. Like what does that mean, Nin? I mean, listen, let me tell you something, Nin. Something that like most cops, well, most of the people around you won't tell you because you're a lieutenant now, right? You got multiple ranks up there, right? If you're an idiot as a cop, you're still going to be an idiot as a lieutenant, okay?
Or
right?
chief.
Just because you passed that test doesn't mean you got brains, okay? That means you know how to pass the test, you know how to recall what's in the patrol guide and regurgitate it. You're still a moron. And just because you go all the way up to 4-star chief doesn't mean you're not a moron either. Because I've been to meetings hearing stupid shit from out the mouths of chiefs. Okay, all right. So that rank doesn't give you brains. Okay, and just to go back on this, I agree. Now the problem is that lieutenant on the scene, which is why if I know I'm not on the same page as a lieutenant, I learned I've talked about this before. I had this collar when I was a rookie, and it was an old man and his daughter, and the daughter got a scratch from the old man, and I'm a rookie. I don't know anything, right? So the boss shows up, the sergeant shows up, who just got off impact and became a boss himself. So he's maybe a step above me, right? So he said nothing when I was hoping that he would tell me, nah, don't cuff him. He didn't say anything, and his driver, who I consulted with, told me to lock him up. And I learned my lesson after that. My lesson was handle your job yourself before the boss gets there. So if you were that cop, you handle that job before that boss shows up, especially if you know the boss isn't on the same page as you. Okay, you make sure he's not. You make sure he's going and grabbing his cup of coffee or he's chilling in his car. Okay, it's your post, it's your sector, whatever. You handle it so he doesn't show up and screws it up for you. Okay, because again, that rank doesn't give brains. Okay, brains don't come with that rank.
Mon, I agree with you, but I agree with you to a point, and I have to push back a little bit. I'll tell you why. Because unfortunately, the cops are in a position now where most of the jobs that they handle, or just their actual patrol experience, they're not even allowed to make decisions anymore. They actually have to they have to notify their sergeant for every little thing. The police department's been designed in a way where the cops can't have critical thinking. Yes, was there plenty of cops that weren't making decisions and they call the cops to lean on them? Yes, but it's definitely changed. I think, unfortunately, they've created an environment right now where cops can't even make decisions on their own. They have to call the boss for every little thing. I agree. Cops, you have a gun, you have a responsibility and accountability. You can take someone's life, but yet you can't make simple decisions because the police department says you have to notify the sergeant for this, you notify the sergeant for that. They can't make decisions on their own anymore. It's sad, right? And they put upon the sergeant. The sergeant has to go to every domestic job. The sergeant has to go to every burglary alarm job. The cops can't even make decisions anymore. So we create this environment where everyone's operating as children. And I can tell you this. I came onto the police department with military experience, combat experience. I had a college degree. And I can tell you what, you can wipe your ass with a college degree when it comes to policing. Maybe when it comes to reports, certain things like that. But the reality is what you need is just common sense. Common sense to tell you, this guy has defended himself. This guy is not a threat to the community. Why are we locking him up? Because the job has been destroyed by weak leadership in academia. And academia really destroyed the job because academia doesn't allow room for critical thinking. It doesn't allow room for common sense decisions. And common sense decisions in policing, I feel, are the best decisions. Common sense just tell you, listen, this guy defended himself. This guy is actually good for the community. Why are we locking him up? But because everyone has to hold their hands, unfortunately, they can't even make the call anymore.
Ragrock says, John, you're wrong. You have a responsibility, the young officer on the job. Is this street justice? Yes, but you can't let your feelings get involved. The totality of the circumstances with the injury arrest. So again, Ragrocks, when you have a sergeant or a lieutenant on the scene, you have a responsibility to do exactly what you studied for 6 months to do, what you wanted to do. You have a responsibility to those stripes you have on, or to that bar, or to those 2 bars, or to that leaf, or to that bird, or to that star, or however many stars. You have a responsibility to actually be the supervisor that you said you were going to be, and the supervisor that you would expect to have on the scene. So any decision I've ever made as a sergeant or a lieutenant, I said, put my name down in your memo book. I ordered you to do XYZ. That is a clear case of self-defense. Me, as a supervising member of the New York City Police Department, would never leave my guys out there to make any decision, to ride on a decision that I made. To me, this guy hit people, struck people, running around. I do not have to let him into my zone of safety. That is fully, utterly self-defense, in my opinion. Nobody's coming that close to me on the street. If he would have did that to me and I was standing there with my wife and my kids, I would have cracked him right in his face too. There's absolutely no way you're coming into my zone after you're touching other people out here. Ain't happening. And you're drunk and I don't know what you're doing. There's nothing wrong with that. Self-defense didn't go out the window because the NYPD turned into a bunch of pussies. Sorry, because all of the men in New York City decided they're going to wear open-toe sandals and carry the baby on their bags while their wives carry their groceries doesn't mean that self-defense goes out the window. So sorry, I'm not putting anybody in a bad position. Like, if you don't understand the law, then you're putting yourself in a bad position. If you can't articulate the decision you make, then you're putting yourself in a bad position. That's why I tell all of you is, understand the laws of your job, know the game, and then play it better than anybody else. That's it. You're in the game, know the laws, know what you could do. You're telling me that I need to let some drunk individual who's just hitting women, ran from the cops, who they were just about to place him under arrest, touching cops, putting his hand on cops, trying to fight people, acting erratically, violent, and tumultuous. You're telling me I have to let him in my zone of safety and I can't strike him? Absolutely not. If he would have did that to the cop and the cop hit him, I'd be on here defending the cop. I'm saying the same thing. That was a justified use of force from a civilian. That was not street justice. That street justice would have get his head stomped in, and there would have been 3 other guys beating him up. That was not street justice. That was total self-defense. Well, I don't agree with that at all.
Yeah. I just want to say, Ball, before you jump, I just want to say, I'm not knocking anyone with a college degree. I have a college degree myself. But my point to policing is, and I've said this numerous times on the network, and I'm going to say it again if anyone hasn't heard it, I think that we're far more intelligent before you go to the police academy on making common sense decisions. And I think the police department just destroys that for people. I often say that they inject an idiot chip in your head in the police academy and you no longer think like a normal human being. Because you don't have to be a cop to realize, like Johnny just said, knowing the law. You don't even have to know the law at all to be a cop on day one. What you need to know is just common sense, right? Because before you become a cop, you see someone put someone in a position that they have to defend themselves. A normal person will be like, oh, that guy defend himself. All right, obviously that guy's not going to jail. But then they put this idiot chip in your head. You become a cop, and now you're responsible for every little thing you're criticized from 8 ways to Sunday, and you no longer can make decisions like a normal human being. And I think that's what happens is academia, the leadership, and this whole system that is designed no longer allows for room for common sense. You can't make decisions anymore because, like, well, if I make this decision, I'm going to get in trouble. If I make this decision, the sergeant's going to be mad. If I make this decision, it's on body camera. If I make this decision, I'm getting a civilian complaint. If I make this decision, I'm getting sued. So you no longer think like a normal human being. I would say before you're a cop, you're a lot smarter. And when you're Joe Cop, you're a lot smarter than you actually become a cop. Because you think like a normal human being. You see two guys arguing at the corner. You don't need to know the law. You go, someone's getting arrested today, and you can probably determine who's getting arrested, who's not. And then you become a cop, and you can't even make a normal decision because they inject you with an idiot chip, and they don't allow room for it. I used to tell cops all the time when they're brand new. I'm like, why did you lock that guy up? You know, whatever, rhetorically speaking, whatever situation it was. Oh, I wasn't sure. I said, I wasn't sure of the penal law, like what charge. You don't need to know the penal law. If you think the guy did something wrong, put him in cuffs. Bring them back to the precinct. You got a penal law this big. We'll figure out what crime it was. Common sense, man. It's a lost art. It's a lost art. It's a system that destroys it.
Yeah. John talked about protecting his guys. It's a two-way street. It's a two-way street. You see a situation that's gonna escalate into something worse. You have to get in there and prevent that from escalating into a worse situation. And the way I look at it is you got to protect your boss from getting into being put in a situation himself, just as he has to protect you. And if you're on a post and you see something that may get worse, a situation that's going to escalate, you got to step in there and prevent it from happening. You got to own that post, And if you own that post, we'll never get to this situation where, again, you or your boss are going to be put in a poor circumstances.
No, but look, there's a lot of things. Policing isn't a one size fit all. Every scenario is totally different. It's just you don't know the calls, but you got to go like common sense. That dude's arrested. You're locking that dude up anyway. The guy that got punched in the face, right? You were locking him up anyway. Like you solved that scene that day. You didn't need to arrest Mullah. Like you didn't solve anything by doing it. You didn't make society better. In fact, I think you scared a few more guys into willingly self-castrating themselves on New York City streets and not defending women and innocent people and elderly people, which Mullah did. So I don't, like that's in that scenario, I think the right call was not arresting him. But I talked about, I don't know if I ever told a story on here, but one time I was a crime sergeant, and I heard a job come over of a family dispute, a violent family dispute. And it was in a Bangladeshi area, right off of Ocean Parkway. I forget if it was like on Avenue M or something. Nice house, but the cops call for an 85. When I get there, there's two sons there. They're monsters. They're big kids. And then they have a sister there. And the father's just sitting like calmly in the chair, right? And the father's like bleeding. And every single person, now the patrol sergeant, for whatever reason, wasn't there. I don't know why he decided not to come that day, but he didn't come. I'm sure he's having a successfully vaccinated career in the NYPD, and he's moved up the rank. Probably a captain by now, but he decided not to go that day. He decided not to respond to the 85. So I responded for him. So when I get there, the entire family makes allegations against the father, that the father hit them, but the father said they all hit me. Right? And I'm like, this is not a good scenario. Like, this is a really bad scenario. I can't tell who the primary aggressor is. The kids are saying the father's violent, but he's just sitting there in the chair with like a black eye bleeding. And like, they're all maniacs. They're crazy. You know what I mean? Like, they're just insane. And I'm like, yeah, we're locking everybody up. And the cops are like, they're like, what about the dad? I'm like, yeah, you're locking him up too. You're locking everybody up. This is a bad scenario. Like, we're going to put this in the court's hands. We're not solving this here. And they're all going home together. Like, this isn't ending here today. So the sergeant calls me, what are you doing? I said, well, I'm doing your job. You didn't show up here today, so I'm doing your job for you. And he'll remember. He's probably on here right now. He'll remember this day. I said, I'm doing your job for you. You didn't want to come here, so I'm making the decision. I'm the sergeant on the scene. Everybody's going. I can't solve this. This is a really bad scenario. And that's it. So we of course, we bring 4 people back to the station house. The desk lieutenant is like, what are you doing? You shouldn't be even going to these jobs. You know what I mean? This is for patrol to handle. I was like, well, nobody showed up. Your patrol sergeant wasn't there. I made the decision. I'm confident in my decision. This is a bad scenario. I'm not leaving this scenario with my name on it without locking everybody up. I don't know who the primary aggressor is. The family sounds really internally strifed, and you're going to be dealing with this more often than not. I'm like, I'm making the decision to save these cops that we're locking every single person up on here. So the cop that took the collar, he was pissed at me. He had like 18 years on, and I didn't give a fuck because, I mean, I'm so used to people not liking me that I don't care. I was just like, whatever. I remember walking in the precinct, just smiling. I was like, you mad at me? And he just walked away, right? And I was like, all right, whatever. You know, and I didn't care. And the dude never talked to me again. But anyway, like months later, I'm in IAB, and he calls me, and he goes, I'm like, oh, this is weird. Like, this guy hasn't talked to me since that night, you know? So I pick up the phone, and I'm like, because I'm not a fucking coward like the most of you supervisors are, where you see guys calling you like, I'm not picking up that. I don't know what he's going to say to me. So I pick up the phone. I'm in IAB. I'm like, what's up, bro? He's like, I just want to say thank you. I was like, what do you want to say thank you for? He goes, remember that night at that house, the Bangladeshi house with the father? And I go, yeah. He's like, yeah, I'm standing here right now. The kids tied him up to the chair and sawed his head off. First thing squad did was they pulled all the DIRs, and they wanted to see what we did at that last job, and you made the right call. You know, so, you know, that's the thing, is like, can you solve it in the moment? Or I can't solve it in the moment, then I'm locking everybody fucking up. You know what I mean? You put that shit on me, I can't solve the 40 years of whatever happened in your family, I'm locking you all up. You know?
Yeah.
Sorry for that story, but it just tied in. I don't know.
Well, my question is, was that cop an active cop?
He was a competent cop. He was like, you know, he was like a 17-year guy. You know, we gave him the easiest sector every night, like, but he handled his shit. Like, he was a good, competent cop. I wouldn't say that he was your broken window style cop, but I would put him on my team any day. You know what I mean? He wasn't that proactive, broken windows, anti-crime cop, but he was a good sector cop. He was.
Yeah, because the reason why I'm saying that, because I think if you're a good sector cop, then at some point or another, whether you want it or not, whether you are aspiring for it or not, the bosses come to you and ask you if you want to go to special teams. You know, if you were a great sector cop, you're gonna get pushed.
Well, he did wind up eventually ending his career into a specialty team, but I think he was like in crime scene or ECT. I just think he didn't really get the opportunity to earlier on. Honestly, like sometimes you die out in precincts, dude. You know what I mean? Like, you know, people don't recognize your talent. I mean, the police department's not great at putting people where they belong. You know what I mean? I mean, like, yeah.
Yeah, I find that interesting. Maybe it's the era that I came in, but the thing is, like, you know, at some point, me and my partner put in for special teams, but we kind of knew we were headed there anyway because, you know, we were very active. So it's like, I always think that if a guy is active on patrol, that, you know, he's eventually there. People are already watching him, you know, the CEO is already watching him. And
well, again, he wasn't a special operations guy.
Yeah.
He just wasn't a pain in the ass. He was a guy you could trust. And you know what I mean? Like, he wasn't a special operations guy. He wasn't. I wouldn't have want to put him on a crime team. I wouldn't want to put him on a condition team, but I take him in a sector car any day. He handled his job. He did what he had to do. You know what I mean?
And also the reason why I'm bringing that up is because, you know, I look at that last video we saw, right? The perp ran away, and the perp was so confident that he wouldn't get arrested again that he came back you know. And to me, it's like the perp actually comes back, and what would the cops do? What are you doing? You're just standing around it. The dude just ran from you a couple minutes ago, right? You were obviously gonna arrest him, right? Or at least give him a summons or whatever. And he just comes right on back. And what are you doing? You're just standing there looking at him. If I'm about to arrest you and you run off, and I see you come back on the block again a couple minutes later,
I'm still locking you up.
Exactly. You're good to go. You know, you're good to go. I'm not gonna stand around and wait for you to get into some shit with.
Let me wait for my lieutenant who can't speak English to tell me to lock the guy up. No, I'm good. I don't need to do that. You know.
Yeah. So I don't understand it, and it's like I don't understand. I see a lot of this, by the way, where guys just are not, arresting or taking proactive measures, and to me, it's like I don't get it, because I'm a cop on patrol or a rookie on a foot post or whatever. I'm looking, and you're giving me an easy one day. I'm either getting an easy summons or an easy call out. So I don't understand it now. I don't understand these guys just giving these freebies away, because that's at least 2 hours of overtime there. Yeah.
I think Vendetta Blue makes it. Yo, Vendetta Blue, how you doing, man? Great friend to the podcast. He was on here, was a guest to the podcast. Says active does not always mean talented. I agree. There are plenty of guys that are active and they lack talent in certain areas. And one thing that's amazing about the police department, I think we could all agree, is I often say it, there's a seat for every ass on the job, and there's different types of talents. Marlon, you're a go-getter in many of those ways, but there are some guys that are fantastic patrol guys, and they really don't have aspirations to go into units, but it doesn't take away from their ability. There's some guys that stay on patrol, not often, we see it much less now, but there was a time where cops would stay on, and probably even way before we got on the job, which there was honor to stay on patrol for 20. Even some guys rode a sector car for as much as 25 years and just didn't have interest in special teams and things like that. But they were awesome cops, great for patrol. And I really do think there is a seat for every ass on the job in the police department. And thank God for that, right? I always said, thank God there are guys that want to do a fixed post, because I don't want to do a fixed post. I don't want to be sitting in one spot. I have ants in the pants. I don't want to be sitting in one spot all day. But there are some guys, they want to be on a fixed post, and thank God for them. And there are guys that want to do patrol for 20 years. I don't. I want to be in special teams. So thank God for guys like that. There are talent in different areas. So Vendetta Blue, I think I agree with you. And but Marlon, I definitely understand your point. Hey, you make an arrest and you get that summons. It's great. I do think that I would always tell cops, if you really want to be in specialized units, if you want to move up, if you don't have connections, then you have to make them look at you. You have to be so outstanding and so exuberant that they have to pick you. Like, oh, wow, this guy's doing such a good job. Because as John said, that part I agree. The NYPD does a terrible job of putting people where they belong. I worked with a buddy of mine. He's retired now. He was a lieutenant. We were lieutenants together. This guy's retired now. He knows exactly what we're talking about. He becomes a captain. He trained dogs his whole life. He had a company training dogs. I mean, highly experienced. He couldn't get the canine. He tried so hard. He could not yet. This guy could not get the canine.
That's the NYPD in a nutshell,
yes.
Right, dude? That's the NYPD in a nutshell.
Yes. He could teach the whole canine unit on how to train dogs. He could teach them, and he couldn't get it. He tried so hard. Eventually, he tried for transit canine. He couldn't get it. And he still trains dogs. He could teach them. So, yeah. But he didn't have this. Bring the phone call.
Yeah, like I said, they don't grab talent. They have a horrible time. And dude, like, the other thing, like, like I think we were proactive. We came out in the impact era. It taught us how to be number generators. It taught us how to be hungry. And I think the thing you stepped into when you stepped in the police department was there was a ton of guys your age that were hungry, and there were older guys that were hungry, that were out on the streets locking everybody up. But I really learned how to be a good cop from people that would be considered do-nothings, that were doing midnight patrol in the 123. They taught me how to stay alive. They taught me how to not get arrested. They taught me how to actually be a functioning cop long-term and survive the ins and outs of the NYPD, the paperwork, the politics, all that stuff. I really learned how to be a cop from guys that people would probably say would do nothings. And they were great cops, dude. They just weren't proactive like we were. They didn't come out in that era. They had a different mentality towards policing. But those dudes, and I could go back to tons of scenarios in my head where I was a young 23, 24-year-old kid and I thought I knew everything. And I got humbled real quick on jobs because I didn't know half the shit that these guys knew. And I thought they would do nothings. And they humbled me several or 8 times, more than several times. They humbled me dozens of times. And I was like, oh, shit, I didn't even think about that. Oh, man, I didn't even think about that. You know?
Great point, brother. Great point. I agree.
Yeah. It was. I'm just gonna say that I think good sector cops, good patrol cops, still don't avoid collars. Okay, and that's just a distinction I want to make. Because the guys who I knew who were good patrol cops, they still didn't avoid collars. And again, I'm seeing too many guys who avoid. They seem to not want to put cuffs on people and not want to stop people. And so to me, it just I when I see that, I wonder, are they there for the paycheck, or are they, because it doesn't seem to me like they're there to actually be a cop, And I get it that sometimes you may be tired from a long week and you just want to go home tonight. But I just see so much of it that I have to wonder when I see it. When I see things like the video we played, So
That's definitely a valid point. I agree. But I mean, I can say this, right? And when you're on patrol, sometimes there was a time though where cops were shorthanded on patrol because everyone was going to special operations. That was especially like in the 120 precinct. I remember when Inspector Bruno was there, everyone went to special ops. There were more teams than patrol. And so when you're on patrol, you wouldn't take a collar unless it was something good. Because if it's a shitty collar just to get numbers or just, to make overtime, they'd be pissed off because now that sector is down for a bullshit collar. So it had to be a good collar. So it depends on the situation. But I do agree at the same point, you should avoid arrest. I did meet plenty of cops in my career that were fantastic. And they got burned in their career and they just were burnt out. And they didn't want to make arrests anymore because they didn't see any value. They didn't see any opportunity in going to any units. They were great cops, but they just didn't see the value in it anymore. So unfortunately, the job doesn't do their best to incentivize people that are on patrol. They want to stay on patrol. And what's the incentive? If you're a guy, and there's nothing wrong. Let's say you have a business on the side, so you don't want to get promoted. You don't want a specialized unit. Working on patrol works for you. How do we incentivize that guy to want to make arrests? How do we incentivize him to do intrusive police work in addition to being a good sector car? And there's nothing to incentivize him. It's not like we're going to give additional pay. There's no corporal rank, right? Maybe you'll get a detective specialist, if you're at One Police Plaza and you have the right connections, but if you're just a regular guy knocking around patrol, you're forgotten.
Yeah. Sorry, John. Sleepy Joe. I agree with you. Collars on the be all end all metric. But for a rookie, who just got out of the academy and who knows nothing, okay, 511s and ROWs aren't bad, okay, because the more they get into the game, the more they learn how to, move from 511 or ROW, whatever it is, whatever small, violation, infraction, whatever. The more they learn to progress from that onto bigger things. I don't think it's productive to have that, you're 6-7 years on or whatever, and this is all you're doing. Okay. You're not doing anything. Okay. By that time, you should have learned how to progress up the ladder and how to move from that to bigger things. So in this job that doesn't teach you anything, okay, especially when you get out the academy, and it doesn't cultivate talent, right? You have to start somewhere, and you have to start at the simplest things you can get and work your way up there. So I agree.
Yeah, and then the other thing I wanted to touch on today is we just had a horrific murder. The video came out. I don't really think we should play the video. Mondani's looking for the root cause of why Ross Fzone was murdered, a retired New York City school teacher. So what happens is he wants to know what the root cause of it is. And basically the root cause of Ross Fzone being pushed down a subway stairs by a violent repeat offender who was having a medical episode. So he's looking for that. So, I responded to him yesterday about his root cause, like what it is. Like it's real simple. It's the fact that New York City has failed everybody on New York City streets. I think the only competent agency that's out there currently and they're really just the first line of defense for this is the NYPD, but they're set up for failure. They've been the only competent agency that the response to these things in a timely manner has a unbelievable record at de-escalating these situations. And they're just set up for failure because it's literally like they're standing at the shoreline with a bucket of water trying to stop the tide from coming in. Because the minute they bring somebody off of New York City streets that's either a violent repeat offender, they put them into a failed criminal justice system, which fails the victims and fails the citizens of New York. Or when they deal with someone who is experience a bout of mental illness or going through a period of mental trauma, again, they bring that person into custody. Now they bring them to the failed mental illness apparatus that New York State, New York City has, and that person's immediately cycled back out on the street. So we have revolving door justice. We have revolving door medical illness treatment on New York City streets. So like the NYPD set up for failure, but ultimately New York City failed Ross Fzone. And I believe that Bill de Blasio, Eric Adams, and Zohran Mamdani continues to fail all of these people. Ross Falzone's dead because of the policies that have been implemented by these mayors, by Andrew Cuomo, by Kathy Hochul. And there's not being enough done to talk about that. One of my friends, a boss in the NYPD, he was like, I don't know why you don't like Adams. I know he forced you guys out, but other than that, he's not bad. And this was kind of early on. It was about a year and a half into the Adams administration. He's like, I just spoke to him, because we're getting a lot of guys in transit that, they just getting recycled. Like we're bringing these guys out, that they're suffering from mental illness. They're homeless. We're putting them into the medical system and they just come right back out. They're out in hours, not even, sometimes even quicker than that. And he's like, it's a real big problem. It's something that we've been dealing with. A lot of crime stems from that. And we utilize a lot of resources for that. And Eric Adams told me, don't worry, he's putting something into place. And I remember telling him, and I was like, and you believe that? You think that this is going to be any different 3 years from now? I was like, well, if that's the case, then maybe I'll take back some of the stuff I said about him. I said, but I'm telling you right now, I don't think he's doing anything. I think he just blew smoke up your ass and you took it. And clearly the case of Ross Fzone tells you that. So what happens is there's a perpetrator who's a violent repeat offender. His name's Ramel Burke, right? So Ramel Burke had numerous arrests and was not in prison, right? And so Ramel Burke also is somebody that is not mentally well. So Ramel Burke shows up. He shows up outside of the 19th precinct, I believe. He shows up at, the 17th precinct. He shows up outside of the NYPD 17th precinct after he was just released for a crime. I think he assaulted a woman and the woman didn't want to press charges from him. So he had just been arrested. Woman didn't want to put another black man in jail. So she drops charges against him. But the guy's really suffering from mental illness. So he shows up outside of the 17th precinct and he's acting totally erratically, right? So now it doesn't matter about his past arrests or anything. This is somebody that's an emotionally disturbed person. An EDP is what we're called. According to the Gothamist, Ramel grabbed a stick and started swinging it around, acting totally erratically. Officers at the 17th precinct were able to de-escalate that situation, get the stick out of his hand, put him in handcuffs, and they bring him to Bellevue emergency room for psychiatric evaluation. So he gets brought in to Bellevue at 3:30 p.m. He's released from Bellevue emergency room at 4:30 p.m. So 1 hour. So, like when the media talks about an hour, he was released an hour later. You got to think By the time that they had, what do they call that when you go into the hospital? Whatever, they document that you're there, they put you in, like intake. By the time they intake you into the hospital, I mean, you're looking about roughly an hour. So in my opinion, like the psych eval on him had to be like under 3 minutes. You know, they couldn't have spent a long time with Ramel Burke, and they send Ramel Burke out onto the streets at 4:30. He's released. There's nothing the NYPD could do at that point. They followed protocol. He was acting erratically, appeared to be a danger to himself or others on New York City streets. They bring him for psychiatric evaluation. They're waiting with him until he either gets released or he's brought in for long-term care. He gets released. NYPD did their job. There's nothing else they could do at that point. 5 hours later, at about 9:30 p.m., Ramel Burke runs up to Ross Fzone, West 18th Street, 7th Avenue subway station. And it's a horrific video, man. It's an elderly man. You know, if any of you guys are familiar with New York City subways, he's right at the top of the steps of the train station about to go down. And Ramel Burke just runs over and throws him. Right, throws him down the stairs, and it's really hard to watch. And so Fzone, an elderly man, he fractured his spine, he had a traumatic brain injury, and he dies in Bellevue hours after the NYPD had just brought his murderer to Bellevue Hospital. If that doesn't show the failures in New York City criminal justice system and the failures of the medical establishment in New York City, I don't know what does. And it just highlights that we have the dumbest people in charge of New York City and New York State, and we keep electing these idiots, and there's zero solutions to fix this other than they're going to try to change the response to mental illness, which is change the NYPD from responding to these situations when they have proven themselves to be the only competent apparatus in this whole system.
Yeah. And keep in mind now that the judge in this was also endorsed by many of the prominent, progressive politicians in the state, including Hochul and James and Brad Lander. So yeah.
Which was this about? What are you talking about? The judge and what? Oh, that's going to handle this case you're talking about?
No, that this is there's something about the judge releasing him. Let me see. Let me go back to it.
I'm not sure, dude. There's a lot of stuff going on about different judges right now. I'm not sure about any of that. I'm not sure about that.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm just talking about like from the mental illness aspect of it. Like obviously the criminal justice system's failed. We know that. Right. But I don't know why he's released. But I do know there was a recent arrest where the woman didn't want to press charges against him because she didn't want to put another black man in jail. So that's not on that's not on the judge. It just is what it is. It happens all the time. But just think about it from how the NYPD set up for failure. For you get this mentally ill guy, you bring him for treatment, and they're like, "Yeah, see you later." It's just like it's either you bring him to the revolving door criminal justice system, or you bring him to the failed mental health apparatus that we spend over $2 billion a year on.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have much to say on it, but I just want to point out that this keeps happening over and over, especially in the subway system. Okay, and I don't know, considering how they want us all to use the subway a lot more. I don't think the public watching this is going to feel more encouraged to do so. Okay, and I think. Again, I think the elephant in the room here is about the city going broke and how all of this, their failure to keep people locked up, whether it be in a mental institution or in jail, is because they're broke and they don't want to fund it, and they want to do things like close Rikers, and because they want to do that, these incidents are going to keep happening over and over and over again. So.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, great points being made here. The flashpoint is this: cops get blamed for everything, and I often I say the police department is almost like FedEx. right? You take a package and you bring it to its destination. And that should be the responsibility of the NYPD. Someone's emotionally disturbed. The NYPD gets that person off the street. It's almost, like the package, and bring it to its destination. And that destination should be, whether it's a homeless shelter or a hospital, but it's those locations that person should get the proper treatment. But homeless shelters and hospitals and even courts, they all have their own limits. And those limits are fueled by politicians. And these systems are broken. But the responsibility, unfortunately, the criticism and the blame is always on the NYPD. But it's far too late. When someone's having a emotionally disturbed episode, or someone's in an erratic state of mind, or they're experiencing excited delirium, it's far too late. The NYPD's job is to get that person off the street and make the streets safer. It's the systems that are in place that are failing. The homeless shelters, it's a horrible place to be. If you're mentally ill and you have no place to stay, it's a terrible place to stay. Those homeless shelters, we've all seen it, through our travels working in the police department, they're horrendous. And then the hospitals, it's catch and release. The people go in there for 2 minutes and they're out because the hospitals just can't handle it all. Can't handle it also in the emergency room. So there has to be systems in place, and the money has to be spent on not how to create laws to handicap the police, but to actually support the police, that they can bring these people into the proper locations that they'll get the proper service. Again, I often say the NYPD is like FedEx. We grab that package and we bring it to its destination, but these destinations have been nothing but failures. So it's not the NYPD, unfortunately, it's the NYPD that will get the blame and get the criticism and get the eye on what's actually happening, but it's the systems in place that are just complete failure.
Yeah, totally. So that photo was Ross Fzone. That was the man who was shoved down the subway. So yeah, it's and the thing is, like, nothing's being done to correct these scenarios. And like it boggles, like, we're spending $2 billion a year. You can't come up with any solutions. Like, where are the medical professionals that are involved in all of the psychiatric work to come up with basically a competent solution to make sure that we're not putting someone who's continuously a danger to themselves or others right back out onto New York City streets as they're still in that episode? Like I said, mental illness runs in my family. A lot of great people in my family that they suffer from it, schizomanic. And, and like, if you see them at one point in their life, they're doing great. And when they're in a manic episode, you do not want to be around these people. They are not safe they're not safe for anybody to deal with. And I talked about my uncle on here often. I wouldn't recommend ever sending the Department of Community Safety to deal with my uncle when he was in a manic episode, because you'd probably need about 50 people to get him to the ground. So, I'm like, I don't understand why at this point in the world, we can't be able to de-escalate these people at the hospital. While we de-escalated them on the street, so why can't we put them back out on the streets in a better state, with a treatment plan, with aftercare? Like, why are we failing to do that? Like, what's the stick points there? And I ultimately, while Mondani wonders about the root cause, I think the root cause is him, like people like him that run for government and are absolutely incompetent people and don't have solutions and just want to make sure they keep funneling money to their special interests and to their friends, and I guess, like a lot of things, there's no money in the solutions, and nobody's really looking for solutions. They're not looking for it. So yeah, I don't know. I just, Vendetta Blue was on here. He had put out a post that Grant Pulgarin, who was the cop who actually tackled the terrorist at the Gracie Mansion bombing. He was just actually sent to the detective squad. So he will be promoted in 18 months if he has a good run of things. And I think he should have been promoted for his actions and his bravery that day? Absolutely, I do. If you're going to promote the guy on the horse for making a pettit larceny collar or whatever that collar was, absolutely, Grant Pulgarin should have got a shield that day. Yeah, absolutely. And that's not to knock the dude on the horse, but I'm just saying, like, he did a good job too, the guy. And I just, you get one show that anytime a cop does what a cop's supposed to do, he wants them to be promoted, which is ridiculous. But Grant Pulgarin actually deserved it. But, he's going to still work his way up. And you know what, Grant? You know what? Sometimes your blessings aren't on this job. Sometimes they will be, and you got a long career ahead of you. So maybe you will end up being a first grade detective or even a chief one day. But you know what? Nobody could say they gave it to you. you know, so you earned it, well deserved. Shout out to you. And I, you know, there was this video that came out. I think last thing for today, we'll end on a positive note. There was a video that came out, and I watched this video, dude, and I was like, I couldn't even watch it. And I was like, holy shit. I put myself in the ESU guys' shoes, and I was like, you know what? I could never do what these guys did. I could never do it. I cannot function high up in the air. These dudes are superheroes, in my opinion. I think everybody on this job did a great job. And if we're going to start promoting people for acts of being a cop, this goes way beyond being a cop, in my opinion. When you watch this ESU cop, man, I mean, my heart is in my throat. My hands were sweating watching this video. I got to know my limits. I'm going to tell you right now, I could never do what this kid did. Unbelievable. Watch this. And then when we talk about, you know, because it's on topic with the mental health situation, it's like, think of all the great work that these guys did to save a life. And is that great work still happening after they're out of the NYPD's care? And unfortunately, it's not, you know, so this video is unbelievable, man.
Ma'am? Hi, ma'am. Don't do it. Please don't do it, ma'am. What's your name? My name's Officer Aban. What's your name, ma'am? What's your name? Can I come closer?
Talk to us. What's your name?
What's your name, ma'am? My name's Nicholas. What's going on? No. Please don't do it. We care about you. Listen, we care about you. We don't want to see you hurt yourself, okay? We don't want to see you hurt yourself, okay? Can I come closer? Can I come closer? Yes? Listen, we care about you. We don't want you to hurt yourself, okay? We don't want you to hurt yourself, okay? Listen, whatever you're going through, we can fix it. We can try to fix it, okay? Yes, we'll take you to the hospital. I'm positive. We can do whatever you want to do, okay? Anything is better than this, okay? Please let me help you.
It's looking like it's charging now. Hold
Yo. Hold that open.
He's holding it down. Hold it down.
All right, you good. You want to go on this side? Yeah. We care about you. No, please. Please, no.
Hey, I'm here now, okay? Listen, I'm here now, okay? I told you I was going to come and help you, right? I told you that, right? So listen to me. We're going to do this together, okay? We can sit here for 10 minutes. We can sit here for half an hour. I just want to make sure, look at me in my eyes, okay? I want to make sure that you're safe and that you're okay. Like I said, whatever it is that you may be going through, okay? I want to help you. I will personally help you, okay? Is it? Okay. Can we go back over?
No.
You don't want to go back over?
Not yet.
Okay. All right, that's fine. Hey, listen, I have you. Okay? Look at me. I have you. Trust me and believe me, I have you. Okay? We're going to do this together, okay? I'm here with you. We're going to get through this together, okay? I promise that. Listen, look where we're at. We have the best view in the city, right? We're here together, okay? We'll get you a new phone. All right, we'll talk to your mom. We'll get you a new phone. Okay? All right? And we have you. Come on. Help us stand up. Come on. Come help us, okay? It's okay. We have you. We have you. We have you.
Your arm over here. Put your arm on the other side. Thank you. You're all right. You got it. Watch the rope. Good job.
Is that not unbelievable, dude? I can't even watch it again. I'm like closing my eyes.
I watch it. It's just amazing. You know, it just shows. Here's the reality. Every cop in this entire country, in this entire world, that gets up every day and puts their boots on and goes out there as a hero. But this is just exemplary. This is NYPD guys do this every day. Guys on patrol, ESU. What they did is so awesome, and that's why there's a seat for every ass in the job. And those guys belong in ESU and do a fantastic job. I'm super proud of them. And that's why I say Grant Polgarin going to the detective squad, it's great, but it's not good enough. He should have been promoted immediately. We all know damn well when someone should be promoted for their actions. Grant Polgarin should be promoted immediately, not just going to the detective squad, not enough. But that scene right now, watch that, was fantastic. I'm so proud of those officers, and I'm sure that, you know, that's why you have to tell yourself one more second, one more minute, one more hour, one more day, one more week. That's what I tell myself, you know, in the loss of Derek. So fantastic what those guys did, saving that woman. That was awesome. That was really amazing. I'm super proud of those guys. And that's what makes me want to still help these guys that are out there, because they really do amazing stuff. That was super cool. Mal, any thoughts, brother?
Yeah, I echo your thoughts. That was pretty fantastic, you know. And you know, I can't speak enough about ESU, you know, because you know, I dealt with the ESU as when we would call them for our search warrants, you know. So these guys are like cop's cop, you know. And whenever ESU shows up, man, yeah, it's like when the civilians see you show up to save the day. That's how I feel when ESU shows up, you know. So shout out to ESU there for fantastic work, and shout out to the patrol cop there too, who
yeah,
you know, again, this is why there needs to be some sort of a corporal rank or some sort of designation to reward great patrol cops, because again, if it wasn't for the work of the patrol cops who got there, you know, ESU wouldn't have been able to go and do their thing. So, you know, there needs to be some sort of acknowledgement of the great work that the great patrol cops who have experience and who've held down these patrol sectors for years do. So
I love this stuff.
Great job all around.
I just want to say also, I love the stuff that they were saying. You know, like the guy, the patrol cop, and he grabbed her wrist and he's like, you know, I got you, and giving her comfort. And then the ESU guy was saying, hey, I got 10 minutes, a half hour. We got the greatest view here. So there's no one better. Let's just say this. There's no one better at talking to people than NYPD cops. So there's no doubt about it. Really, hell of a job, man. Just, it makes you proud. Now, that should be the NYPD Heroes video. If they're going to update that video anytime soon, that should be in the video. Great job. If you guys are watching this, or anybody that knows those guys, shout out to you. I want to say thank you for what you do. Super impressive. The patrol cop, the ESU cops that were there, thank you for being there. You know, that's why we do this.
Dude, that was unbelievable, bro. It really was. You know, Juju said that's because of the work that's happening on the Mondani and Tish. I just want to correct you, Juju. That's the work happening in spite of the feckless leadership in New York City. And this is the work of the men and women in the NYPD that they do day in and day out, regardless of what incompetents are in charge of their department and the city of New York. So, yeah, shout out to the NYPD. 100% the patrol cops saved her life. Should not be overlooked for 1 second. I mean, he can I come closer to you? He was able to get dialogue with her. The minute he got closer to her, he held her hand and he grabbed her wrist so she couldn't go anywhere. Great job. And he talked to her the whole time. That was a long job, that job. He was there the whole time. You even see him right at the very end. He's still there the whole time holding her arm and her wrist. So, I mean, great job. Can't be overlooked for a second. The guy on the other side, the ESU guy on the other ledge, shout out to him too. Unbelievable. But the kid that was sitting there talking to her, not holding on to anything, I mean, that kid's got balls of steel, bro. I was like, how is this kid not holding on to anything? And he's talking to her, and you're talking to a woman who's in a volatile state, and any movement you guys could both go over. You know what I mean? Any type of movement. So shout out to everybody on that scene. That was an absolutely perfectly run job. I couldn't say anything better about that. Yeah. And more than likely no one gets promoted off of that job. And you know what I mean? But it doesn't matter. Like
zero.
It doesn't matter. Like more than likely no one even knows their name, which is a bigger insult, I think, to the rank and file. But this is what cops do, man. You know, they want to sit out there and pretend that cops want to shoot people suffering from mental illness, and they don't care about people suffering from mental illness. And it's such a lie, dude. It's just such a lie.
Super impressive when the patrol cop was holding her hand, because think about the responsibility at that point. I mean,
oh my God,
you're just holding her wrist, and I mean, God forbid she falls. Just the feeling that cop would have. So that video, I think, is amazing, but it really doesn't even depict how intense that scene is. So those cops just did such an amazing job, and so impressive. And that's the underlining point to this is cops do things like that every day that just can't go unnoticed. Cops do amazing things. They get up, they don't ask for a thank you. All they ask is for a paycheck. And so for the cops that are out there, we really appreciate what you do. And in fact, we all walked in your shoes. It makes us appreciate it even more. And that cops are continuing this legacy. And that's really the good point about this. Is what amazing about the cops is even with weak leadership out there and pandering politicians and all this legislation that's created to defund the police, cops still go out there with pride and do their job. It really is amazing. So those cops, what they did, man, I'm super impressed. I love watching videos like that. And it's impressive. It really is. So shout out to you, brothers. Thank you so much for what you do.
Yeah. I think it's also incumbent on commanding officers and like executives in precincts to go out there and tell you guys you appreciate what they do, because the job isn't going to do it. So we got to take care of our own, so.
Well, that's what we got the Finest Unfiltered for,
That's right.
Who needs those bums anyway? And somebody said in the chat, I don't know who it was, they said that was the great work when bosses stay out of the way. And you know what? It's true. Like, if you look at who handled that job, It was the respondent patrol cop, and it was 2 ESU cops. There was not a boss in sight. Like, they let them do what they had to do, and I think a lot of times people let their rank get in the way of expertise or people that actually have the situation under control competently and want to get involved and stuff. So great shout out to the bosses, whoever's on that scene too, for staying the fuck out of it. Like 100%.
That's by the way, it's a great recruitment video. If you're on the job right now and you're just trying to decide if you want to go to ESU or not, I mean, if that doesn't make you want to go to ESU, I don't know what does, because that was super motivating. And like I said before, we talk about patrol cops. There are some patrol cops out there that we don't even realize and overlook their talent. And every patrol cop is talented. Every day that you have to go to a job and talk to people, a patrol cop is a jack of all trades, right? Guys on patrol are handling an arrest situation, handling domestic, handling someone who's suicidal. Patrol cop, shout out to you. Really goes, they're undermined, patrol cops. It's unfortunate. And sometimes overlooked, and we don't realize how important and the work that patrol cops do. So shout out to them. If you're a guy on patrol, whether 1 day or 20 years, thank you for what you do.
Yeah, dude. I don't know. Like, I'll be honest, watching that video, I'm like, wow, I don't think I could ever be a ESU guy, because there's no way I could do that.
You don't like heights, right?
I could have probably passed the test. Like, I'm scared shit of heights, but I could have probably passed the test. Like go up the bridge, because I like, as much as I'm scared shit of heights, I still do shit. Like, I go on every roller coaster, all that, but I just get like that sweat, the sweaty hands, my knees get weak. I feel like the strength lose my body, but I could still react and move and do things. But watching that video, I was like, yeah, no, it's a good thing I never went to ESU, because I can't do that. There's no way I could do that. I'd be on the ledge, bend down, no hands, go to this woman that I don't know what the hell she's gonna do that could throw us both. Like, there's no way I could have did that. It's absolutely humble. Shout out to you guys. You guys got much bigger balls than me, I'll tell you that.
Listen, that was super cool. Not only that, sometimes we forget this woman here. That's a life-changing moment for her. And who knows, maybe she'll be some big advocate for people that are suicidal. Maybe she'll be a big advocate or supporter for police. We don't know. We don't know what her position is. We don't know if she's pro-police or anti-police, but I'm sure that moment, whatever her position in life is, will change her perception of police, will change her position in life completely. So that's a life-changing moment for everyone that was there.
Yeah, yeah. You know what hurts me though is watching that is that it seems to be a lot of that happening lately, a lot of people feeling distressed, a lot of people, a lot of people, just feeling I don't know if it's the larger environment or what's happening in society right now, but I just see it seems like there's so many people falling victim to mental distress right now, and that's a sad state of where we are, So.
And you know what's a great picture of that also? Clearly you can see that's a wealthy building in Manhattan, right? So my point to that is we often hear about like economic status and people that are low income and disproportionate rate of being stopped or interacted with the police. Mental illness attacks anyone. Mental illness doesn't attack low income or black or white or male or female. It doesn't matter. Mental illness could attack anyone. And I think that's really the point of it. That anyone could be in that situation. Anyone could be emotionally disturbed. Anyone could be suicidal at any point. So don't take it for granted. Mental illness could attack anyone.
Mm-hmm. True.
Yeah, absolutely. I used to think anxiety was fake. I used to be like, this is not real. I literally thought cops were lying about it. I was like, that's not real. Until I fucking had a panic attack. And then I was like, oh shit. I was like, and then I started getting anxiety and shit. And I could see how easy mental illness could take over your life, dude. Like I could see like it could just take you over like that, like dealing with anxiety or panic attacks or anything like that. 100%. I mean, the thing for me is like I went through like a real dark period for like 6 months, but I think the thing that helped me is working out, my diet, taking my caffeine down, like recognizing what my triggers are, getting a little bit of sunlight each day. And like, I notice myself, if I don't do those things, I'm not right that day. Like I'm a little bit off. I'm not like where I was like 2 years ago, but like now I'm like, I've learned to deal with it. And I think, there's not a lot of treatment options out there. And I think just as men and especially cops, we don't do a great job of like taking care of ourselves at all. And so, I mean, it could really just come on like that. I mean, I'm definitely living proof of it, like it was weird, dude. I was like, I had a weird few months, bro. I don't know if you guys on the podcast could tell, but I did. I had a weird few months, bro. I'd be doing news interviews and I'd be sweating, bro. Or I'd be even on this podcast and I'd be like grabbing something and clenching it. It could just hit you. Like it's weird, bro.
We spoke about it, and I know, I remember we spoke about it, and I don't think mental illness. Also, what I learned, I don't think it's a matter of being strong or weak. I think it attacks everybody, and I don't think you have to be mentally ill to actually have a mental episode. I think anyone's capable of it, and it really takes a support system and one another to look out for each other. So you have to be honest and recognize these things. I think anxiety and things like that are real things that people sometimes overlook. And we have to remove that stigma. And I think the world's getting better with that. We recognize someone has a broken leg, they need rehab to get better. Or someone has something going on with their mind, they need rehab to get better. And believe me, I know it's a fight for me every day. Every day I get up and I'm like, I can't believe Derek's not here, and I have to fight with myself and tell myself it's another day and stay strong. And thank God I've always been really mentally strong. But I think that it just, if you let it could attack you. You have to recognize it. And John, that was a good thing that you recognized it, because these things could eat up on you real quick. The Chronicle said, John, that's not anxiety, it's menopause.
Yeah. I still get my period. I still get my period like every 3 months. I won't lie about that. And I definitely get hangry sometimes, though.
Yeah, but we gotta. Labro says, "No, Eric, you have always been mentally slow." Hey, listen, don't you have somewhere to be in a couple of minutes?
Yeah.
Well, anyway, listen. The point is, cops, they do an amazing job with bad leadership, with fair leadership, all this legislation. These guys go out there, so proud, really. And for that woman, I'm sure it's a life-changing moment. And for anyone, if you're having any mental episodes in your life, recognize them, and just as the way you would with a broken leg or something like that, you would seek out rehab, you would seek out a doctor, seek out a doctor also. There's no shame in it. The world is a hard place. So, with that being said, let's get to the coffee and donuts.
Yeah. Just before we go, guys, just a reminder, I put in the link in the chat, but the job does many things wrong, but at least they've put aside some resources for us, right? So again, like Pete always says on the 10 for Tavern, it's okay not to be okay, but it's not okay to not do anything about it, So again,
Well said. Well said.
Resources are out there. So guys, please please seek them if you're not feeling okay right now, or you just need someone to talk to. So.
Mikey G says May is Mental Health Awareness Month. Is that true? I didn't know. Well, anyway,
I don't know, but I always say, you're your own greatest advocate, and like nobody's coming to save you. So you got to figure these things out. You got to put your big boy pants on a lot. Like, I'm not knocking NYPD health and wellness, but I do think sometimes they make situations worse. And I think, we all have the ability to make our own situations better, and the way we look at our situations a lot better. Like your thoughts could kill you, man. Like they could kill you, dude. They could just wreck you. All this chatter out here, like, people like any hate that you get in the world. Like for me, I was always had that, so it doesn't really bother me. And I think sometimes I seek it out. I have a little bit of that shell Trump thing in me where I think I seek it out sometimes. Like I'm like, nobody wants to kick my ass this month. What's going on? Is it, but like, I think sometimes I seek it out. But like, the real threat, what I realize is like with me is like it's my thoughts that'll crush me. So like I have to like contest, like you get a bad thought in your head. And I always did this even when I was young, like I when I get bad, weak thoughts in my head, I replace them. As you get older, unfortunately, you start getting up there, you reach your middle life, the pressures really start coming down on you. Start feeling your own mortality, worried about your children, worried about, what you're leaving them, this, that, the other thing. Like you really gotta like stay focused more than when you're young and you don't have these responsibilities. So yeah, 100%. You get a bad thought in your head, rip that weak shit out. Like that is it. Whatever it is, rip it out. Replace that shit with a positive thought. Shout out to what the hell's the kid's name? Who just won the bout? I was just talking about him.
Sean Strickland, man.
Strickland. He was talking about it. He was saying how like gratitude is like the best, it's the most powerful form in the world is like gratitude, like the most powerful thing in the world, because he was saying that like, when I was broke, I was super happy. When I had a $1,200 apartment, I was super happy about it. I was like, celebrating my win. And then he's like, and then I got a little house and I was happy about it. And I got a bigger house and I was happy about it. So like, I know myself, I don't do that enough. I never really like celebrate my victories, where I think like Eric does that a lot. Like he's like, yeah, bro, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like,
oh, dude,
like, I think it's good. And I'm
super positive.
I think it's good to be like that. Like it makes you happier. It makes you healthier. You know what I mean? Like you should do that. Like that is good. And like, I was like, I thought that was good advice that he was saying, like celebrate the little things, like the small things, be grateful for them,
Yeah. I think that's a great point. I think everything's subjective in life, and for everybody, like, your kid is, my daughter's 4 years old, she certain words she says, I'm like, oh, that's awesome. It's like, it's a big step, right? She said something big. For someone else, it's not a big deal. So I think everything's relative, and I think that we have to honor like our small successes, like even when you get older, right? And you find a great parking spot, you're like, oh man, this parking spot I got today? Like I got a great parking spot. Like, if it puts a smile on your face, it's a good thing. And respect those things. You went to the gym, you lifted a little bit more, you did a little bit more than the day before. And then sometimes we gotta be honest, like you're gonna have bad days, right? I always say like some days are wins and some days you lose. But more times in the month, if you're positive, I think you'll have a positive outcome too. I think a lot of your mindset, I think affects your health too. Like if you're positive, I think you're gonna feel better too. Like I know it's like if I have an injury, if my shoulder hurts or something happens, if I'm positive about it, I actually get better. And if I'm like, oh man, this thing's never getting better, it doesn't get better. So I think your mind definitely affects your body.
Yeah, I agree with John. Sometimes the job isn't just makes things worse, but I like recommending health and wellness because I like the angle they attack it from many aspects, financial and mental health. And because I look back at like when the job got rid of me, like my biggest worry was like paying my bills. So I tend to recommend health and wellness because I like that they also tackle that aspect of it. And my hope is that if you feel it oncoming, then you reach out to them and attack this before the anxiety and all of that really hits you. So that's just my thing
Do you
about
think
recommending health and wellness.
money makes or breaks people? Like,
Absolutely, dude. For me, absolutely, dude. Like, absolutely. Like, bro, I literally had the gold treasure chest staring right in my face, bro. It was right there. I just had to do this. Woo. And like I would be like, I don't even want to get into my finances, but like not complying with the dragon telling me to do something that I didn't want to do, I mean, really cost me, like, I can't even get into it, but like it's money. I mean, for me, I can't speak for everybody else. I know some people don't care about money. I do. I care about my money. I care about my financial health. Like, I'm real big on that. Like, and that's why I can't stand health and wellness. And I'll be honest, Marlon, like, where the fuck were they for you? Like, that's the cause of like all my, I know it. Like, I deal with a lot of shit in my life, but like, that's the cause of everything that happened. And, I know someone that was working in health and wellness who took the same stance that me and you had. And, health and wellness's motto was, what's important to you is important to us. So you have this girl in health and wellness working there, having a successful career in the NYPD. And she knows that her job is on the line and she's at work like, oh my God, how am I going to support my family? How am I going to live? What am I going to do? And she's looking for houses online in Florida. And the head psychiatrist walks in and is like, how's everybody doing today? And she's like, yeah, I'm doing great. I'm just about to lose my career. My finances are in the toilet. I'm looking for a home that I could afford in another state so that I could go work somewhere. But yeah, everything's fucking great. And she's like, okay, then have a great day. See you later. And walks into our office. And like, that's the thing. It's like, oh yeah, it's great that you have these programs for mental health, but you don't want to hear what I got to fucking say. And not to blast the kid, huge fat loser, but honestly, fuck him. Too, because like the other thing is this, bro.
Oh, I
You're
can't
out
stand
there
it.
and you say that you talk about health and wellness and you care about health and wellness, but the minute somebody's got something to bring up, oh, it's your fault. Don't blame the fucking job, because the job, I come online and I make these stupid fucking videos that don't even make sense. And they made me SDS. So as long as you just don't say anything about the job's fucking great. But we care about you, and if you really need anything, we're here to help you. Shut the fuck up, dude. You aren't there to help anybody. Like, and that's the bottom line. And all the issues that are facing the NYPD and facing mental illness and facing fucking cops on the street and facing victims out on New York City streets, they're only being discussed on platforms like this. And honestly, it's only being discussed because this is the only platform that's fucking doing it. So fuck that kid too. Sorry.
Oh, thank you very much.
And I got no hard feelings towards him. Some of the shit he says is fine, but a lot of the shit he says is fucking bullshit, dude. Sorry.
No, thank you very much, because he's full of shit, because exactly that. He got promoted special assignment. He's allowed to do social media, while most cops can't even be on social media. He's on social media all day, promotes his own stuff, gets special assignment. And if you say anything, if anyone has any issues and it's related to the job, well, it's their problem. They created themselves. They exacerbated themselves. It's not the job. It's never the job. It's never the job. And we often talk about the truth. It's the internal pressures of the job that lead most of the cops to mental health issues. So that's a complete lie right there. So I would say huge fat loser is full of shit.
And you know what? And most of the shit he does is like innuendos about whatever the fuck we're talking about.
Exactly.
Sort of like some other fucking ponytailed fucking loser, like who's got a lot of fucking shit to say, but has no balls to fucking name people. Like it's all bullshit shit. So you know what I mean? Like it's you know what I mean? Like don't make innuendos. When I say I got a problem with something, I say what my problem is. When I want to talk about something, I talk about it. I can't say that I care about your mental health, Marlon, and I don't give a fuck about your finances. And I don't give a fuck that the job forced you out. You made that decision, even though they gave you an ultimatum that made absolutely no sense. Till today is proven, not only is it fucking illegal, but it was wrong. And you made the fucking right choice, and the job's still coming down on you. So, and they're gonna, and he's gonna be like, oh no, it's not the job's fault, it's your fault. No, fuck you.
No, he's full of shit. And if you don't like it, step up, huge fat loser. I know you don't like it because I saw you on different clips on Instagram with who's that idiot that was attacking our kids? All cops are woke.
So all cops are woke. Yeah.
I saw
he
you
knows
stuff
exactly
on
who the fuck he is.
Yeah,
he
so
knows exactly
who
the fuck he is.
Yeah. I saw he knows exactly who he is. So you talk about mental health. All cops are woke. That idiot was making threats towards our kids, and you never said a word, huge fat loser. So fuck you. So step up.
Yeah.
You think you're so
and the other thing, and that's
videos of working out.
Yeah, and that's the other reason that I don't like Blue Lives Matter either. Well, what the fuck does that kid do for Blue Lives Matter? That's why I told him change the name of your organization to Blue Lives Matter. To vaccinated Blue Lives Matter, because you don't give a fuck about cops. And as a matter of fact, as the time went on and I started watching it more and more, I'm like, what the fuck does he actually do for cops? What the fuck does that organization? You fucking all give yourselves awards and you do absolutely fucking nothing. You talk about none of the issues. All the cops that get jammed up, you're never anywhere for any of them. You know, and you know what? Fuck all these people, bro. Really, fuck all these other platforms. You got that other podcast out there blowing everybody because they're really pushing a product behind the scene. Like, get the fuck out of here with all of yous, you know? And that's why, you know, when everyone's like, oh, yeah, I don't like you guys, good, because I don't fucking like you either.
Well, that's why, listen, I tell a huge fat loser, I don't care. Listen, I'll be in New York if you want. You want to work out together. You think you're so tough. First of all, I'm pissed off because he was on All Cops Are Woke page numerous times. You know exactly who he is. You know he was threatening our kids. You talk about mental health, and you never said a word. You didn't care. You stayed silent. So take your SDS and shove it up your ass. I got a problem with him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Nate, we actually toned it down today. Okay.
I blame you, Marlon. This is Marlon's fault, by the way, because he wanted to give a shout out to Health and Wellness.
I don't promote violence. I don't promote violence. But when you threaten my kids, and you know who threatened my kids, and you didn't say a word, I got a problem with you. So, huge fat loser. I'll be in New York in June. If you want to come see me.
Look, he's not a bad guy, dude, but he's a cuck for the job. Like, you know what I mean? He's just a cuck for the job. And my whole point is like the whole mental illness grift. It's a fucking grift, dude. It's a real grift, bro. Like, we talk about the public safety grift. We talk about the mental illness grift around cops is fucking ridiculous, dude. You know how many people reach out to me weekly that are like, oh, could you help me promote this? I'm like, absolutely not. Absolutely not. No, I'm not. You know, if you want to fucking advertise on the podcast, advertise on the podcast. But I'm not helping you push bullshit to enrich yourself and pretend like it's the best thing since sliced bread. Because it's another fucking grift, dude. And I've been watching it, and I'm not picking on huge fat loser or health and wellness, but there are so many organizations out there grifting off of the fucking blood, sweat, and tears of actual people doing the work, of the actual people advocating for cops, of the actual people advocating for common sense legislation, as people that are advocating for the hard work of the men and women in the New York City Police Department and all of the public safety agencies. And you're just fucking grifting and not doing anything. You just want to get on the gravy train of all this fucking billions of dollars that's flowing towards this mental health, and you're not going to fucking help anybody because you don't have any competent solutions. Because if you did, you'd be fucking doing it, and you're not.
Yep.
You'd be doing it.
Well, that's the problem. I have a problem with fake people. Listen, mental health, wellness. I understand your point, Maul. There's some good aspects to it, but you got this guy, like you said, huge fat loser, who's supposedly advocating for mental health and wellness. But anytime someone says they have an issue and it's the job, the internal pressures that are affecting them, he blames them. So is it not possible that the issues on the job are getting someone mentally and taking them down? He doesn't want to address the real issues, and that's why I have a problem with it.
So I'm trying to make Eric's for Juju. He says he only wants to see me when he visits when I visit New York. I'm trying to be in New York for that event in when's the Gunfighters event again?
June 13th.
June 13th. I'm trying to be there. I might miss it by like a day or two. I'm trying to get there for that day.
No problem.
If I'm not, June 29th, I believe, or June 30th, I'll be at the Scandinavia House in Manhattan, and I'll let you know about it ahead of time, Juju. So it's either June 29th or June 30th from 6 p.m. To 9:30. I'll be at the Scandinavia House watching Duty to Disobey. So come see me. I'd love to have everyone that's in opposition to me. You guys could come buy a ticket. If you can't afford one, let me know. I'll purchase one for you. You know what I mean? That's where I'll be that day. So yeah. And I believe me, Juju, I won't be holding my breath for you, motherfucker. But you one day when I show up at John Jay, I'd love to see your dark skin turn pale white.
Oh, I love to take.
But I'm not a tough guy, bro. So don't worry about it. I won't touch you.
I love to sign up for one of Juju's classes.
Yeah.
We'll come to John Jay, sign up for your class.
Yeah, guys. I have to do a little pushback here because I hear you. We know the job isn't doing a lot of things right, okay, and they should be doing a lot of things better. But I'm still gonna, until I hear of other better resources, right? Especially that the job itself provides, I can only recommend like what we have right now. So I think if you see problems coming on, you should use whatever resources you have at hand. And if you have a bad experience with health and wellness, you should let us know so we could put them on blast and get them to get their shit together like the rest of the job, and like how we put the rest of the job on blast. So I agree with you, but I think we got to keep putting pressure on them, and we got to keep recommending what we have or what we know of so far. And yeah, Papa is another one of them. I agree, Danny. I agree.
Look, I totally agree with you, dude. But I just think like the fact that they weren't there for you, it just slaps me in the face, bro. The fact that they weren't there for even people that were even working in health and wellness, it just slaps me in the face, bro. But you're right. Yeah, you're right. It is a resource. It is something good. Like I don't mean to like get on a tangent, but like it fucking pisses me off, dude. Like, where were they for you? Where were they for the thousands of us, honestly? Like, they were nowhere. They basically told you to go out in the streets, starve, die, be homeless, go kill yourself. We don't give a shit. That's basically what they told everybody. And that's continuously what it's still saying. But then it's going to sit there and turn around and pretend like, oh, yeah, we're a fucking brotherhood. We love you. Job's always going to be there for you. We're a family. Like, no, it's fucking bullshit, dude. It's bullshit. And so, like, you saying it enrages me. If somebody else said it, I would be like, yeah, okay. But like the fact that it's you, they fucking stole your pension, bro. They kicked you out of a job for absolutely no reason. You have a black mark on your record in law enforcement for no reason. You did nothing wrong. You never had a department trial. They never gave you due process. And health and wellness, if you would have went to them and said, I don't know what to do, like they want me to fucking violate my beliefs. They want me to put this in my thing in my body, and I don't need, and I know it all to be a lie, and I know all this not to be true. They would have told you to go fuck yourself, dude. And so, like, that's my whole point. And like that's why I'm mad about it, because I'm not saying that they can't do good things going forward, but it's the same thing for guys like Rodney Harrison and Issa Abassi. Like, I'm not saying that you can't come back from that and you can't do things forward, but if you're not going to acknowledge the bullshit you did during that time, then you're 100% not coming back from it. And then I'm not going to sit there and be like, oh yeah, they're good, we're good, everything's good now, because when the shit matters, you're not there. That's what it is. When the pressure's on, you're not there. And that's the thing.
Well, Marlon, I appreciate and I respect that you're taking the high road on this, and I try to take the high road on most things. We got a little bent out of shape here, huge fat loser, because I'm pissed off because I know damn well he knows exactly who all cops are was and is, and never told us because he's on his page constantly. But the point to this is, I appreciate you taking the high road, but if mental health and wellness really cares about you, why didn't they follow up with you? And why is it that you don't hear from them now? Is it only for once you're employed and you leave that job, you're no longer important to them? You were an NYPD employee. How many retirees does mental health and wellness actually contact? Is it only a matter if you're actually on the job? And it's a shame. If you wore that badge, you are that badge. So why don't they contact you now? And I think that's a major problem. They should still contact you now. Hey, Marlon, how are you? Have you established a new appointment? Where are you at in your life? Have those questions been asked? No.
How about, hey, this thing that we forced him to do that he wouldn't do didn't even fucking work, and it was all a lie, and we had fucking hundreds of guys have heart attacks and all this other shit that happened to them as a result of it, and the doctors are telling them it happened from it. How about, hey, Marlon, we're sorry. We're going to compensate and reinstate you. No, we can't do that. But hey, let's be concerned because one time we did a video about fucking, who was that other fucking loser? Oh, he's such a nice guy. He's such a great guy. The guy in health and wellness, the fucking guy who definitely wasn't a cop. Whatever
the accountant guy? He
Wachter.
was in there too?
No, Wachter. No, Wachter, the guy that was the CEO. Remember, everybody was butthurt because we did an episode abusing him.
Oh, yes.
He looked like
yes,
a retard on the whole thing. He looked like someone that didn't have 6 months on the job. Yeah. He looked like he never even went through the academy. And he's like, what about my health and wellness? What about my mental health? What about your mental health? Fuck your mental health, dude. What are you doing? You're fucking grifting off everybody else's mental health. Give a fuck about your mental health? Seriously?
But
what about me? What about me? You're the fucking CEO of health and wellness.
Exactly.
And nowhere for the people in your fucking unit. Never mind the rest of the people on the job. But you're gonna pretend like, what about me? What about me? Why are you talking about me? Like, grow a pair of fucking balls. You know.
But that's
yeah.
But that's my point. There should be follow up. There should be follow up. If they really cared, it doesn't stop with employment in the NYPD. If you're retired, or if you're in Marlon's position right now, you were terminated, wrongfully terminated. Why isn't there follow-up? Why don't they continue to help or try to help or just say, hey, Marlon, what can we do for you? How can we help? And those questions aren't asked because Marlon no longer has a tax number. So unless you have a tax number, they don't give a shit about you. They don't give a shit about you when you have a tax number. They only care is when you die. That's it. Oh, he was so great. That's it. That's all they do. They care about you in death. In life, you're nothing. You're just a tax number. In death, you're something. But in life, they don't care about you. So you know what, Marlon? You don't need them. They need you. The NYPD lost you. You didn't lose them.
Yeah. There was a financial guy in health and wellness who they didn't help themselves. You know, it wasn't just the girl, but it's their own chief financial guy is like, they're ready to boot him out. You know, so
but he got through, and like he was able to get through. I wasn't, you weren't, so many other people weren't, and to me that just shows the bullshit of it. You know what I mean? It's like I saw someone was sending me, I forget who sent it to me the other day. Some dude was like, it wasn't even real. Nobody got terminated, and I'm like, I want to fucking reach out and smack you. Like you know what I mean? Like, what do you mean it wasn't real and nobody got terminated? You know. Sick, dude.
Those are people that want to live and play pretend. Let's pretend this didn't happen, and it makes them feel better and justifies their own decisions. That's what it is.
Yeah, so I don't know. Marlon got my blood flowing. Yeah, I was all good, bro. I was professional. I was sticking to the points. I didn't curse. I didn't say fuck. I didn't say shit.
Well, you brought up huge fat loser, and you got me.
No, he brought up health and wellness, like, and the whole thing, and I'm just like,
everyone's to blame here.
Like, why are people calling me and Eric in the middle of the night when they have fucking unions and they have a health and wellness organization? Like, why is that happening? Why is that happening?
Yeah.
You know, and I'm sitting there like trying to sleep. I'm trying to fucking keep my head above water on my own. And I'm like, what? Like, we're not set up to do this. We're not getting fucking billions of dollars from New York City fucking thing to do this. We're not set up to handle this. And I think, and honestly, look at the suicide rate from the time we did this podcast prior to doing it to now. We've done more for mental health than anyone in the fucking NYPD has done. So fuck them. Honestly, sorry.
We're gonna have to, John. We're gonna have to come out with a limit, like 25 fucks per show. Or
all right. Sorry, let's get off this topic because I'm gonna start naming other.
Let's get to the coffee and donuts. It's 3 hours and 37 minutes. It's good. Let's everybody like, share, and subscribe. Thank you so much for watching the Finest Unfiltered. Yeah. So let's do it, brother.
It's Marlon's fault. Joe Mango, $100 a podcast. Thanks, Joe. We appreciate you, brother. He says, John, Eric, Marlon, those ESU guys and patrol cops that pulled the woman off the ledge have bigger balls than Juju or any other trolls that are in this chat. I do have a question for you guys. Do you guys think any of the trolls in the chat are Sal and Jack? I'll answer first. I don't think so at all. I think that they just watch and listen and build their talking points around it. I 100% do not think they're sitting there trolling in the chat. I just think, like watch that, like don't watch their show later. But if you wind up doing it, you'll hear it. You'll know the things that we said, that I said, that Eric said, that Marlon said, and it'll be nearly the same exact points. They may just spin it a little bit, but I'm not talking about the ponytail Judah. So I don't know.
So I don't think that they're actually trolling themselves, but I think they know people that are trolling, or maybe incentivize people to be trolling. That's what I think. But honestly, I don't care. I actually love the trolls. It makes me laugh because remember, people don't hate on you that are doing better than you. So all the people that are hating on us, that are talking shit, that just shows that they're trying to justify themselves and make themselves feel better. But I love trolls because if people wouldn't troll if we're not saying the right stuff. So to the trolls, thank you so much. And remember, I find it kind of funny where these people, they say to myself and Marlon and John and all this, all the things that they want to say about us. Oh, I have CTE. John has anger issues. Marlon's an idiot. All this stuff they're saying. But yet, you sat and watched us for 4 hours. So who's the idiot? Because I want to watch someone I don't like for 4 hours. Yet, you watch us for almost 4 hours, 3 days a week. So thank you very much for watching. I appreciate it.
It's true. True.
Wouldn't watch if there wasn't a lot of truth being talked about here. You know what I mean? Might not agree with everything, but you wouldn't watch if there wasn't some real truthful points talking about. And the other thing, imitation's the highest form of flattery. So we are highly flattered, my friend.
I love it. I love it.
By a lot of people out here, by a lot of people out here. So there's a lot of people who went from bashing the Finest Unfiltered to trying to be the Finest Unfiltered. So, it's all good, man. Imitation's the highest form of flattery. Keep it up,
To my haters, I love you.
Modern samurai, the ones who love you the most are the ones who are willing to fight and die for you. God bless the NYPD and all those who choose to work and serve their fellow man. Great show today, guys. Thank you, Modern Samurai. Appreciate you always being here, brother.
Yeah. Coffee donuts, man. Thank you. Another one.
He says the mental illness professionals are just giving these people drugs, SSRIs, and other psych meds, and don't truly care about these people, just getting paid for treatment, medication, and job done. Exactly. There's no money in the cure, man, and that's what a lot of things. There's no money in having you organically through diet, exercise, and lifestyle changes improving your mental health. There's no money in it. So why would anybody ever recommend it? They won't.
Spot on. Thank you for the coffee donuts, Modern Samurai. Appreciate it, brother.
People who misunderstand the sector car misunderstand the job. Patrol is the job. Sectors are the most knowledgeable. Police officers in the precinct. I always interviewed sectors in regards to cases.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. It's the backbone of the job. I always said it, I always said it. I said you could do away with every unit in the NYPD, but you can't do away with patrol.
I think that's a great point. And I say often the sector cars are overlooked for what they do and underappreciated. Overlooked and underappreciated.
Yeah, absolutely. And that dude proved it, right? Up on that ledge. He saved that woman's life. And his partner too, just because he was the first one, but they did a great job.
Yeah, whoever that patrol cop is, really impressive job, man. Thank you for what you're doing.
Yeah, the sector call was great, man. She was on the radio. He was helping the woman. It was great. It was a great job. Mana Samurai also says people. Oh, no. I'm sorry. He says before you guys were on, if you saw a captain, you were looking at a unicorn. And anything higher than that, you were seeing a god. Sergeants and lieutenants ran the job for many years. Micromanagement destroyed it. Well, I mean, that's the thing. And I think even when you even just go even lower than that, like, sergeants didn't just go to your jobs unless you were calling for help. Like, they didn't just show up there. Like, when we were on the job, I had to call my sergeant, like, yo, we got a felony assault over here. You want to come on? Because they got to be on the scene for like felonies, but like they weren't on the scene for most jobs. It started with the EDPs, like, all right, now you guys got to go to every EDP, and then it just trickled into the sergeants are on every fucking job, and it's impossible. There's one of them.
Yeah, and like I said, I think micromanagement takes away from critical thinking and inhibits people from making decisions, which is why micromanagement is the worst form of leadership. It really inhibits the cops. So the cops, that's why someone earlier said the cops did such an amazing job on the roof because the bosses were there. In essence, you're actually right. So great shout out to them. Great job.
And then we got Finest 25. Present for duty, my friends. Wishing you all a safe week. Appreciate you, brother. Thanks for always being here. And just a side note to Joe. Joe keeps saying that I threatened to punch him. I absolutely did not. I said, if you run up in a violent and tumultuous manner towards me and invade my space, I will defend myself. So stop the nonsensical lies.
Joe, we don't even know who you are.
Yeah.
We don't even know who you are. Who's John going to try to punch?
Why would you run up to a 4'11" guy in heels and in a violent and tumultuous manner unless you wanted to fight? You know,
Joe, the only thing we know about you is you have 14% body fat. So John has to scale through all the people in New York and find the guy with 14% body fat. Well, that guy.
And he's on Wall Street.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't blame Joe. He has to deal with microaggressions from his job every day, and from liberal academic women on his job all day.
I think Joe suffers from erectile dysfunction. Maybe you should look into that 14% body fat.
Yeah. Nate says he was the guy who said that the bosses knew to stand back. All right, Nate. We're sorry we stole your thunder. You were on it. We appreciate you, brother.
Sorry, Nate.
Wait, what does he say? A 4'11" guy in heels who carries a ladder to get off curves and sidewalk.
Yeah.
Labro says none of us got hands. Okay, well, I mean, I actually do. They work, So, all right, peoples.
That's it?
Yeah, I think that's it. I think we're done.
All right.
All right, we only went 4 hours today. No big deal.
The dumbest thing. LA bro goes, none of you guys got hands. It's the stupidest thing when people say that. It's dumb. You're right.
Did we
Have no
get Joe
hands.
Mango? We got.
What is it?
Did we get Joe Mango?
Yeah, he did $100, Joe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I must have missed that.
Well,
Yeah, he was the one that asked about if we think the trolls are the ponytailed fucking Judas or the other one, or the little trust fund baby. Yeah. No, so that's it. We had about 900 people with us on here this morning. You know, we talked about a lot of things today, but the main topic is Jessica Tisch stepping down? What would that look like? Why would she step down? What's that about? So if you guys are on here, wherever you're watching, listening, do us a favor. Please like, share, subscribe. If you're on all audio platforms, please leave us a comment and a review. We appreciate you. And that's it, my friends.
Danny Reagan says, John, what do you do with all this money? Go to Publix?
Publix, baby. That's like the Florida. Somebody wrote was making fun of Florida, like my neighborhood in Florida, because it's like
hilarious.
And they said these guys get dressed up just to go to Publix just so they could feel something. I spit my coffee out. It's like they get dressed up in their college
that's hilarious.
Their favorite college team uniform. It was hysterical. It was like it was the funniest shit. It was definitely some lefty wrote it, but it was so funny. I don't know it off the top of my head. It was like if you go to, and it was like if you go to this restaurant and has just the white amount of spice. It was so fucking. It was so true. Though. It was so true, man. It was so true.
Yeah. Why are they hating on Publix? Publix is nice. Yeah.
Piggly Wiggly. That's a good one.
Yeah. Publix is cool though, but like I think Whole Foods is better, man. Whole Foods is better.
They have Whole Foods down there?
They got Whole Foods down here.
Yeah, I like Whole Foods.
Really? Huh.
But Publix by me, they actually have a bar in it.
Yeah, dude, they have everything in Publix. I went in there, I'm like, they got everything in here. Yeah.
You could sit down and get lunch, or like they have like you go there and they have all these local breweries come and everyone's just drinking. Like you're shopping and people are drinking and you're like, what the? And on the cart, they actually have a place to put like your beer in.
Yeah.
Like these people are alcoholics, bro. It's like it's sick, dude. It's sick.
That's awesome.
It's sick.
It's crazy how much of them there are too. It's like everywhere. And I'm surprised there's Whole Foods on it because I didn't see anyone in the Tampa area. But that's interesting.
I'll go to Joyce's. I was there last time I was there. I like that. I like their burgers. I like Joyce's food. I'm down.
I haven't been there in years, but no, Joyce's is cool.
Joyce's is a good spot.
I'm a big fan of. I'd rather go to Lee's Tavern, but I go to Joyce's.
Oh, I love Lee's, bro. Lee's is my favorite. The only thing I hate about Lee's is like I like going in the back room in Lee's. Like I hate being up front. It's like you're like just on top of each other, dude. You know, you ever go to Lee's, Mon?
No. Where's that?
It's amazing, dude.
Lee's Tavern. It's like it's in Duncan Hills. It's right down. It's right on where the train station is, dude. But my favorite thing in Lee's is their clam pie, dude. It's greasy as hell. It's probably like the cheapest clams ever. That's a great pizza. But their regular pizza is awesome too, though. It's like a bar thin crust pie. Those of you that haven't been to Lee's Tavern in Staten Island, you're missing out, man. Best bar pizza, in my opinion.
I tell you that the two staples in Staten Island, I think you have to go to, Marlon or anybody, is Lee's and Jimmy Mac's. I remember Joyce Tavern was awesome.
Jimmy Mac's, I love too.
Jimmy Mac's is. That's
but
a good spot.
I label like Joyce's with them too. I just think that I don't know Joyce for like pizza. I know them for their burgers. But like Jimmy Mac's got good pizza too. Jimmy Mac's is a cool spot to like hang out at the bar. And
That's a great spot.
Yeah, I like Jimmy Mac's, but it's really like a fireman spot, dude, more than it's a cop spot, I think.
Yeah. No, you're right.
And what's my other one that's real tight? West Shore Inn, I love too.
What? Oh, they got good steaks, bro.
West Shore Inn's a great spot. You know, that's a great
good
spot
steaks.
too.
Yeah, good time.
But Royal Crown, they just opened up a bunch of new little restaurants, and they're called, oh man, I can't think of the name, but anyone that's familiar with Royal Crown, and those are awesome too. Like if you just want lunch.
I can tell I haven't been to Staten Island in a long time because there's a guy on social media kind of bites off of Dave Portney. He does a pizza review, and he's doing a Staten Island pizza review. And there's a bunch of places. I'm like, I never heard of that place. It's all like new spots.
There's a lot of great spots.
Yeah.
The pizza in Staten Island just went crazy, dude.
It did.
Like so many good spots. There's a spot on Newdorp Lane that's awesome, and I can't. It's
is that Pizza
me.
Giove?
Pizza Giove is awesome.
Yeah.
But it's like $50 a pie, bro.
Oh
it's
God.
Like, but they got great pizza there. But it's they got like crazy weird pizzas. It's like white pizza with zucchini and truffle oil and prosciutto, and it's like real great pizza. And then there's another spot that was on Richmond Road, and it was like a little hole in the wall. And now they shut that spot down, and now they're on Richmond Avenue, and I can't think of the name of that either. But that's a great spot, right past the train station, right by Joyce's Tavern. Like if you walk out of Joyce's Tavern, you make a left, you go right there. That pizza is awesome, dude. They got good food too. I can't think of the name of it.
Danny Reagan says, "What's the best pizza in Staten Island, man?" And unfortunately, I've seen. Like I said, I saw this pizza review. So many pizza shops. I never even heard of that. I knew to Staten Island, but as far as the Staten Island, I would know. Staten Island, I know I'm going to at least have it.
It's like, to me, everyone always asks me what's my favorite pizza, and like Brooklyn has some great pizzerias too. Fucking Manhattan has some great pizzerias. It really depends what kind of pizza I'm in the mood for, dude. If I want some weird pie, like I might have a different take on what's the best pizza. If a bar pie, I'm gonna say Lee's Tavern's the best bar pie in New York City. Like bar pie. Pizza though, I mean that's a really like weird statement because you got squares, right? And when I talk about squares, I love the Brothers Square. I love Brothers their grandma pie, right? Brothers on Forest Avenue.
They're good.
If you go to, what is it, J&V on 18th Avenue, they have great squares and great regular pizza. Or Da Vinci on 18th Avenue, they got great squares. So it's really hard to say, dude. Like I just when I'm in town and I'm near any of these pizzerias, I visit them. Like there's so much good pizza, dude. It's like Joe Pat's.
Oh, old school. 92 Charlie says Pal Joey's. I don't even think that's there, but that's a great spot.
I don't
Pal
think
Joey's.
that's there. Yeah. Joe and Pat's though's pretty good too. They stepped up their game a lot.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Joe and Pat's is definitely up there. There's another one. I'm trying to remember, man. Not Donito's is great, of course, but there's another one.
There it is. Dough by La Castri, New York. That's a great spot.
That's a good spot.
That's a good spot. They got good pizza. Their food's, I think, even better.
Yeah.
That's a great spot, Dough by La Castri. That's the one. I used to order them because they were up the block from my house in Staten Island. But then last time I was there, I was at Choices. I saw they were there. I was like, oh, shit, we should have ate here because I like their food. They got great food. And I heard, and you know what I heard? I heard the Wicked Monks opening up on Staten Island too. They're opening
really?
Up. Yeah, they're putting one on Staten Island.
That was a great spot back in the day. It was on 5th Avenue. Then I think they moved to 3rd or vice versa. That was a good spot.
Yeah. They were next to the Century 21, like over 86th Street, and now they're over on 3rd, like going up towards the 90s or whatever. Me and Marlon were there last time. We went with a bunch of people. There's a bunch of cops in there too.
That's it. Now I remember the other one. Cyril. That's a good spot.
Ciro's a good spot. Huguenot Avenue. That's like a thin
Ciro,
crust
yeah.
pizza. Ciro's.
Ciro. That's
Yeah,
it.
I mean, like, how could I, like, I'll hit up any of these spots any day, like, and I'll be happy, you know.
Yep. And if you're in the Bronx, Louis and Ernie's, everybody knows that spot. That spot is off the hook.
What about Patsy's in Spanish Harlem?
Great spot.
Patsy's, yeah.
Yeah.
John's and
Grimaldi's.
Yeah,
good.
Grimaldi's. I actually went to a Grimaldi's in Destin in Florida. It was really good, dude. I was like, wow, this is just like. My wife is like, why do you want to go here? I was like, because I just have to see if it's true. I have to see if it's true about the water. She's like, I don't want to eat pizza. I was like, come on, we got to go in. And we went in, and I was like, wow. I was like, the pizza's really good. Because I used to go to Grimaldi's, like, when it would snow or something, and I'd be coming home. I'd get off the Brooklyn Bridge, and you know it's always packed down there. But if it's like a real bad weather day, it wouldn't be packed there. So then I would run in, and I would get the pizza, and I'd bring it home. Like, and they give it to you in like a paper bag. So Grimaldi, and then they have the guy's cousin. He's got a store right next to it too. I can't think of that name. I think it's a girl's name, like Josephine's or something. It's also like a Grimaldi style pizza. So much good pizza, dude.
Well, Danny Reagan says, what borough has the best pizza? And I can tell you hands down, I lived in 4 boroughs except for Manhattan. Manhattan only has a couple of good spots. Joe's at Lincoln, that's a good spot. But I think borough-wide, Staten Island. Hands down.
Staten Island?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I would honestly, I would like. There's still great spots, pizza spots in Brooklyn, and definitely in Manhattan. But I say hands down, overall, it's hard to find a bad pizza spot in Staten Island.
Yeah,
it's like hard because they won't last. They won't last because like even if you just want like a regular pie and you go to like the South Albanian kids got one like right by Seaview Avenue, and it's not Pronto, but Pronto's all right. Like I don't love it, but they got decent stuff. Pronto pizza, it's all right. But there's another kid. He's got a spot right across from it's right by Seaview Avenue over there, and right near a deli. And like it's just like a mom and pop pizzeria. It's not like a big name. He doesn't have like a big Instagram following or anything. But even that, like his food's good. His pizza's good. Because if it wasn't, why would you eat there? Like when you have pizzerias all around you. You know, you have to keep your game up where like when shit's spread out all over Manhattan and all over Brooklyn, you could throw pizzerias anywhere and they'll be all right. You know what I mean? As long as they don't open up near that same spot because people are always eating pizza.
Stay trained up says not the boogie down area. No, listen, I love the Bronx. Louis and Ernie's, Frankie and Johnny's a good spot. There's a couple of good spots. But overall, borough-wide, it's not on every corner is a good spot.
Yeah, someone says Goodfellas on Staten Island on Highland. I like Goodfellas, and I've eaten there a lot, and I've gave Goodfellas a lot of money over the years. But they're not one of my favorite pizzerias. Definitely not. You know, they're just not. No knock on Goodfellas. Goodfellas got great food. I love their rigatoni vodka is unbelievable. Probably the best in the city, honestly.
Believe it or not, listen, I had to comb through. I found a couple of spots in the West Coast that were pretty damn good. Not, you know, still not New York, but as close as you're gonna get. I found a couple of good spots in Nevada, in California, but overall, you know, it's never gonna be New York.
Yeah, it's hard to find good pizza when you're outside of New York. When I was in St. Pete, I tried this pizza spot near downtown. I ate it. I'm like, this is awful. I'm like, they weren't kidding. When you get out of New York, it's like. But I did find a great pizza spot in Clearwater, Cristino's.
Yes,
in Clearwater is really good.
Yep.
I'm like, I ate that, and that kind of made it better that I was spending the night in a roach motel, literally like a Airbnb that was like roaches everywhere. Like terrible experience.
I would have left. I would have left.
Yeah, I did. The second day I was supposed to spend 3 days there. The second night, I'm like, F this. I'm out of here. It was so bad. It was like, we're not going to get into it, but it was bad. Let me just leave it at that.
But Nunzio's closed down. Someone said Nunzio's. That was on Midland, right? On Midland and Highland. That's gone. That's not there no more. What was the other spot? I can't think of it. There's a spot. It's killing me. Oh, but someone said Filancino. Like when you're in Staten Island, you got to hit up the Filancinos. They're the same thing as It's the same thing as Royal Crown or Pen and Tico, which is on 3rd Avenue in Brooklyn as well. Same bakery, all the same stuff, but they have a totally different menu options. I was like, I was doing my taxes, and so I'm going through my credit card statement. And there's like one day where I eat at Phil and Chino for breakfast. I eat a Royal Crown for breakfast on Highland Boulevard. I eat at Phil and Chino for lunch on Forest Avenue, and then I eat for dinner. I eat at Phil and Chino on all the way out in the 123, like wherever that is over there. I was like, holy shit! I was like, I must have just been eating like, and I came back, I was like 10 pounds heavier. So I was like, I must have just been eating like an animal.
Believe it or not, you know what I miss? I don't miss much from New York, but you know what I miss? Diners. I don't see much like travel.
Diners I miss, dude.
Yeah, you don't really see diners.
Me and Marlon and oh my god, why am I can't, my brain's not working today. Stephen S. Yeah. Me, Marlon, Stephen S. We went to a diner in Bay Ridge. It was pretty good. But my favorite diner all time, Vegas Diner. Second by the Colonnade on Howard
Vegas
Boulevard.
Diner was awesome. Yeah, no, Colonnade Diner was good. I believe it or not, that the diner in Townville had awesome food. Was that Page Diner? They had really good food.
Page Diner was good. Yeah,
Page Diner was real good, man.
Yeah,
that was good.
Page Diner was good.
The Dirty Bird, that was always.
What about the Dirty Dove?
The Dirty Bird, that was a good spot, man. It was always fun.
Yeah.
That's the Golden Dove.
Yeah.
Yep. And
So
then,
funny, dude.
man, I'm trying to remember. There was,
but you know the one pizza that everybody like talks about, and I think it's overhyped, but I love it. I love the place, Spumoni Gardens, but it's not my favorite style of pizza.
No, I think it's overrated.
Oh, that's a staple though.
Yeah,
it's like a sweet sauce that I'm not like the fond of, and then they do the cheese first on the square, and then the sauce over it, which is like a sweeter sauce, like a sugary sauce. It's a good spot. Like, don't get me wrong, but like I to me, I'm like, that's not one of my favorite pizzas. But everyone always asks me, how's Spumoni Gardens? I'm like, I love the Spumoni, you know.
yeah, I think it's overrated. You know, people are always raving about it, but I went there. I'm like, is this it? Yeah.
I got to laugh. Joe Mango asked what diner I threw a girl across the table. That was Crosstown Diner in the Bronx.
What's Eric? What's the spot in the Bronx where you get the cocoa bread and the beef patties? Like, there's a famous one.
Yeah,
I've been to that spot. That's a good spot, dude.
The cocoa bread and the
you get a cocoa bread and a beef patty. It's like a little hole in the wall. You just walk in, like, so I think it's under like a train platform.
Oh, I gotta think, but Joe Mango, that was Crosstown Diner, brother. That's hilarious. Oh man.
Umberto, somebody said. Umberto's. I used to date the guy who owns it, granddaughter.
You should just. I thought you were gonna stop right there. Like you dated the guy, you dated the owner, and then you stopped and paused, and then you said the daughter. Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I heard. You heard that too, Marlon. I used to date the owner. Guy's daughter.
Yeah, not the owner. Someone said Spumoni's so overrated. But Spumoni, I miss having real good Spumoni though. That's the other thing. Italian ices and no bakeries in Florida. We're losing streams left and right here, by the way. We just lost Instagram. Yeah. Now we're losing LinkedIn.
It's 4 hours into it, brother.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. We got 900 people on here. Appreciate everybody.
Yeah. If you tell me you're going to Spumoni Gardens, I'm going down the block to John's Deli.
John's Deli, great spot.
No, John's Deli was off the hook, bro. I think it was Wednesdays that had the shrimp and Fridays, right? Or maybe just Wednesday. I don't know. It was good.
I think is it Friday? I forget. I usually go for roast beef, so.
My brain's not working today. What's the spot right outside of the Battery Tunnel in Brooklyn? You make the right. It's not John's.
Oh, you're talking about that other deli, right?
Yeah, it's not John's. What is it?
Yeah, I forget the name of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know it's a deli though. It's another one, a big name deli. Like Red Hook, right?
But I'll tell you, there's one dude here. He's killing it in Florida, like Northeast Florida, and now he's capturing the West Coast. Bronx Pizza House. Dude is actually a New Yorker, which is rare because when I first saw it, I was like, they probably just using the name. But the pizza's actually good. The Fonties, thank you, Danny. The Fonties, thank you. Thank you. My brain's not working today. I don't know what the hell's wrong with
The
me.
Fonte is good, yeah, man.
The Fontes, I love the Fontes. But like you can't, I used to try to like eat the whole thing at once and I would be dead after, bro. I'd be like, whoa. Meatball Hero or their roast beef, you can't. Like you gotta just chop that thing up and eat that over a course of a day or something. You know.
Queens, Bon, I tell you what, if we're going to a diner, I go to Queens. Queens got some real good diners over there. I got some.
The diners are getting. I mean, if you go north towards like northern Queens, they have some.
Yeah.
But
you got all the Greeks
diners
there, bro.
Few and far between around here. Yeah.
Puerto Rican food, I'm going to the Bronx. Anybody want the best Puerto Rican Dominican food? You go to the Bronx. Off the hook.
I don't know, bro. I don't know. Downtown Brooklyn, Sunset, you get some pretty good food there too.
Yeah, but no, you want Puerto Rican food? You go to the Bronx.
You get good South American food in like Sunset Park. If you want like some mofongo, you want to get some what do they call that Venezuelan thing? Pupas? What is it? You know what I'm talking about? Thing with cheese. I think it's called pupas or something like that. I don't know. Not sure.
Puerto Rican restaurant, Acapulco's, that's the stuff. Yeah, good stuff. Hey,
But my favorite,
Brennan Carr. Brennan Carr's a great spot.
Brennan Carr's awesome.
Papusa, that's it. Thank you, Cologne. Papusa, those are good. Papusa, yeah.
Oh, Joe is saying Palisades. Palisades, interesting. You got for Puerto Rican food, Joe Mango?
There's a great pizzeria, by the way, in I think it's Mount Vernon. I forgot the name of it. Really good. I'm trying to remember. Somewhere in Westchester, off the hook. Yeah. Anyway.
All right. Let's do it, peoples. All right, let's wrap it up. Look, we'll be back on Wednesday. I think we're going to have a guest on for you guys on Wednesday. We'll announce it then. A lot of big things happening behind the scenes of the Finest Unfiltered. We'll bring it to you at a later date. Appreciate all your love, all your support. Even the haters out there, it's all good, right? Like I said, if you guys agree with us all the time, we'll recommend a psychiatrist for you because there's something wrong with you. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is. It's real talk. It's unfiltered for a reason. And I think, we'll keep rocking out. We got tomorrow. We got 10-4 Tavern will be back at you at 7 p.m. Eastern time. You got who's coming on is Michelle McPhee, true crime reporter, New York Daily News political chief. Yeah, so that should be an interesting show. They keep getting a lot of pretty women on here. I don't know what's going on with you guys, Tom. What's going on with you guys?
Tom and Pete, man, I gotta watch you too.
What are you guys doing? What are you guys up to, bro?
They're gonna start bringing on their guests by how good they look.
They're like, John didn't mean it about the police department's run by white liberal women. Nah, it should be a great show. And like we said, if you didn't watch the Tommy Burke interview last week, definitely go back and check that out. That was a great interview.
Yeah, guys. So thanks for joining us. We appreciate you as always, and we appreciate you spending your morning with us. And having a great day. Stay safe and alert. And I'll see you on Friday.
That's right. 4 hours and 6 minutes into it. You talk about stamina. You get the stamina here at the Finest Unfiltered. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Like, share, and subscribe. We really appreciate the engagement. Awesome. All our friends are here. We really appreciate it. And our haters, too. We love you, man. The haters are great. You keep the algorithm going, and you hate us so much, but you sit here with the entire time. Juju, just think about how much of your life you spent with us. You hate us, but you spend the majority of your life. So, Juju, I love you, brother. So, we'll see you soon. Finest Unfiltered.
Thank you for being here, Juju. We appreciate you. All right, guys. Finest Unfiltered, baby. We'll be back at you. Join and make sure you come in Tuesday, 7 p.m. See you then.
There's a handful of retired officers that don't live in the state that have a lot to say about the dream team, as I like to call it. All of a sudden, they retire and have a master plan on how to fight crime, but nothing to contribute when they were here. They want to come back and be part of the dream team. What can I say?